Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Well, good evening. This is very exciting. I love the energy in the room. Today is November 11th, 2021. Happy Veterans Day, first off, to everyone. It is the regular meeting for the school board of District 25. If the secretary could note the roll and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Let's see. All right, we are going to start with recognitions and presentations. And this is to congratulate the South Middle School and Thomas Middle School cross-country teams that participated in the state meet. So, Dr. Donald. Whoa.
Middle school coaches here tonight.
Hello, my name is Dave Frittner. I'm one of the coaches from South Middle School. We have Kim Redzik and Sophia Vassos here also. We're here to recognize, obviously, these wonderful athletes. We have 45 athletes in the room here, so we got to make this quick. I do want to acknowledge that we realize it's a privilege to be able to participate in the IESA, so thank you for allowing us to do that. This is our 24th year. It's not easy to advance a team downstate like we have this year, all 4 teams. In this 24-year span, only one year, 2010, we didn't qualify a team in the district. And even that year, we had a couple of individuals like Caitlin, what's her name? Who? Yeah, Caitlin Coe was 26th in state for Thomas, and Tony Strusi was 20th in state for South. So even then, we had wonderful participation. This year, 4 teams advanced downstate, all 4 of our teams. No other district did that. Not St. Charles, not Barrington, not Aurora. And to say that our teams finished 3rd and 6th and 9th and 12th, it's not out of 15 teams. That's out of all the teams. That's out of hundreds of teams, most that don't qualify for state. And to talk about individuals, District 25 had 5 All-Staters this year. That's 10% of all the All-Staters in the state. And no other district had more than 3. So really just an incredible job. One more thing I'd like to say is that, obviously we're here to recognize the kids, but I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart 1,000 times. It's just a privilege. We realize it. So thank you for allowing these people to participate against the best in the state and allowing the rest of the state to participate against the best.
All right, I think we have a video. I'd like to invite up our coaches from Thomas Middle School.
So we just want to thank you guys as well for the opportunity to coach these wonderful athletes. Like Coach Frittner said, we started the season with close to 150 kids coming out for cross country. And so these really are the best of the best. We have 21 kids here who worked really hard all season, and they really deserve this recognition. I just wanted to say we had a couple kids all state. Will Capto and Mateus Almeo were both in the top 10. Mateus was 8th in the state, and Will was 10th in the state. And then we have one all-state girl, Alexa Eisenstark, who was 24th. So congratulations to them. And it was so great this year after the last couple of years and everything to come out and just see the energy at our meets and see the kids cheering each other on. It was really just a great kind of return to a normal athletic competition and energy and participation, and we're so grateful that the kids have this opportunity to do that. So great job, everyone.
And it looks like we might have another video. Thank you. At this time, we would like to recognize each of our students by name. And when you're all done here, Mr. Harris would like to meet you all out front for a large group picture. But if you would please stand and stay standing when I call your name. From South Middle School, cross-country participants, Rachel Asper, Ella Benassi, Molly Baina, Braden Connors, Quinn Davis, Mariposa Erfurt, Kate Goodwin, Owen Gottfried, Audrey Grazel, Michael Grund, James Hanna. Placing 9th place, All-State, Caroline Hartman. Evan Callis. Charles Letzig. Grace Lissy. Andrew Morris. Sienna Murray. Hazel Nadal. Kendall Nemiak. 4th place, All-State, Meg Peterson. Jacob Samuels. And Lucas Samuels. That's our South team. You may be seated. From Thomas Middle School, cross-country participants, 10th place, All-State, William Capito. Sophia Donner. Catherine Donovan. Sophia Dusky. Etta Fisher. 24th place, All-State, Alexa Eisenstark. Danielle Jensen. Aiden Korb. Jacob Kozarara. Cass Krasinski. Claire Lammersfeld. Nate Lapani. Ella O'Connell. Griffin Euler. Jackson Oldenburg. Chase Parisi. Ann Park. 8th place, All-State, Mateus Salamayo. Catherine Smithson. Timothy Stevens. Helena Vincent. That's our Thomas cross-country team. Yes, please.
So those of you who know me, this is definitely not in my wheelhouse or my comfort zone at all. But I really, really feel compelled to get up here and to thank Mr. Frittner, who has been the backbone, the bread and butter of our program. If I was good like him, Mr. Frittner always knows all the stats going way back. He really, I mean, the foundation of our program and where it's grown and everything, it really is due to him. And this is his last year, coaching cross country and an official. And he did. But anyway, I know that, you know, that you've seen him here year after year after year, and he's the one that does all the talking, and he speaks so eloquently and has all the stats. And I just really, as his partner for so many years, I really just couldn't let this evening go without at least sending a shout out and letting you know that, you know, just, I know it's about the kids tonight, but you know what, it's, yeah. So thank you for everything.
And overall, so the board is aware, as the coaches said, all 4 teams placed in state this year. South girls, 6th place at the state competition. South boys, 12th place at the competition. Thomas girls, 9th place at state. Thomas boys, 3rd place at state. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very inspirational. Thank you for putting forth the effort, working hard, listening to your coaches. I believe you can run the Chicago Marathon when you're 18. At that time, I'll be 60, but I will meet you at the start line. Congratulations to all of you. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, fantastic. I mean, that's just to hear everyone participating and placing and just all the hard work that it comes day in and day out to do what you're doing is inspiring. So keep up the great work. And like Dr. Bine said, don't stop once this is over. Keep it a lifetime of running. And we'll see you at the marathon.
And again, if you'd meet us outside, we'd like to take a picture. Thank you, parents. Thank you, students.
All right, as they leave, we're going to move on and kind of reformat here to our Ivy Hill Elementary School and Westgate Elementary School presenting to the board. So if, we're going to start with, is it Ivy?
Okay, so I think as soon as they can get in the room, we have Principal Scott Case and Principal Ann Buck, who are going to present an overview of Ivy Hill and Westgate. The board does have a gift from each of those schools at your seat, so we'd like to thank them for those.
Thank you. Just a little bit of reshuffling here. And
Okay. Mr. Case, I believe you're up.
So, welcome everybody. Thanks again for letting me be here. You should all have your I Am Ivy Hill shirts in front of you. And what those are, you are now officially part of Ivy Hill. Every student in our whole entire school receives that exact shirt, is because everybody that comes in is now part of our whole entire school. And it's something when we have our spirit days, this is the one signature thing that we always give every new student. So when they register, they come in the first day, you are now an Ivy Hill Eagle. So it's one of those really cool things that we've done as long as I've been there, but it kind of now you're part of our Ivy Hill family. So welcome. We're excited to have all of you join us. So some of the big things for like our theme, each year as a school, we kind of pick a new theme just to kind of as a rallying piece for our whole entire school. And the one that we really wanted was all in for everyone and every day. And the reasoning behind that is the purpose was to kind of build the collective efficacy of everybody, that the whole entire school needs to be supportive of one another and really believe the idea that we are all in it together to achieve and work towards student achievement. So that's kind of our theme for the year. And it's a good set to build that collective efficacy for our school. Some of the things I'm excited about, I want to just kind of start with our Ivy staff. They are amazing. I'm going to brag a little bit. I think they're the best staff that we have. They're just so dedicated. They work tirelessly to kind of meet the needs of all their students. We are always talking about what else can they be doing. So they are amazing workers. They work so well together, and they also support each other. So I think I'm super lucky to be a part of that group as a staff. Our students, it has been awesome to see our students back in school. Last year, if you remember, we didn't have a lot of our students back in comparison to other schools. We had the lowest amount of students be at our school, and it's been amazing this year to see so many students back and just be excited to learn and be excited to learn together in a group. So that's been amazing to see. And adventures ahead. Those are the things that we just don't know, but I know with the first two, with our students and staff, that we're gonna be embracing every little thing that we can and just try to make this year as memorable, as that's our goal every single year, is trying to make every learning experience that the students have a memorable one. So those are the exciting things that we're looking forward ahead as a school. Our enrollment, if you've been here, we've kind of dropped over the course of time. Don't know why, but we're excited to have everybody together as a group. But that's Ivy Hill in a nutshell. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Buck?
Good evening. My name is Ann Bach. I am principal of Westgate School, and I brought with me several of my Westgate staff members. So I think the fact that they joined us tonight when report cards are due, it says a lot about who we are and our commitment to each other, our commitment to our kids, our commitment to our families. So I thank them for joining me this evening. So some things that we wanted to highlight first was our theme for this year. The theme is always chosen by our students in the spring, and the theme that they chose was outer space, shoot for the stars. And we incorporate that theme into all the things that we do throughout the year. So our Halloween costumes were all space themed, which was great, and it was very interesting to see the different takes on space. Their grade team was constellations, and they had lights all over their outfits that lit up. It was really cool. And then teachers will also incorporate that theme into all of the things that we do. Instructionally, you'll walk through Westgate and you'll see space themes and decorating their classrooms. So we're really proud of that theme. In terms of the things that we're excited about, well, there's so much more than three, but if we had to narrow it down to three, the very first one would be connecting with our community. The fact that we're able to be in person and have opportunities to connect is just fantastic. And so we've tried different ways to connect with our families. For our PTA, we have asked them for topics that they are interested in learning about. And then we've had teacher teams that have done presentations for our PTA that are also zoomed in to connect with our families. We also created a culture survey because we wanted to learn more about the cultural importance of our families. And be able to incorporate that into what we do as a school. And so that survey's gone out, and we're looking forward to getting some of that feedback and how we can incorporate some of the cultural backgrounds of our students within the Westgate community. And then the second piece is engaging our students in new ways of learning. So certainly the fact that we're in person, that we're able to do small group instruction, these are all super exciting things. We also have new programs. Literacy footprints. I've had the honor of being in classrooms and seeing it in play, and it's just amazing looking at what our teachers are doing and the experiences that our kids are having. And then certainly Ruler as a way of incorporating that into our social emotional learning and our school culture. And then lastly is revisiting some of our old traditions and also incorporating some new ones with some twists. So one of the traditions that I learned about this year, because last year, being my first year at Westgate, it was not a normal year, so there were a lot of traditions that I did not know about that this year I got to experience. One is we start each year as a community with parents and students around the flagpole, and we say the Pledge of Allegiance together. And we wanted to bring that back. We did it again, a little socially distanced, but it was wonderful to have that tradition back with us. And then we're also starting to use new traditions. We've done assemblies for a long time. We're still not at a place where we can do them together in our building, but we had our first outside assembly last Friday, which was absolutely fantastic and a ton of fun. And if you ever want to see Coach K lead a group in the Hokey Pokey, you can watch the video. So that's what we were really excited about this year. We look forward to all the other fun things that we'll do. And then if you take a look at our enrollment, you can see that we are continuing to grow. We've exploded at first grade. And so we look forward to welcoming new Wolverines as Westgate continues to grow and change. So that's us. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I could make a comment. The board has been so excited to be going into, we've gone into all the buildings, we're trying to get into all the buildings, and most recently, this week and last week, we were at Westgate and Ivy, both your buildings. And I have to say, when you talk about culture and tradition and all the symbolism that goes into your buildings, we could sense that right away. We got into your buildings, we saw the astronauts on your bulletin boards, we saw the sense of camaraderie at Ivy Hill and both schools. So thank you so much for showing us around your buildings, and just amazing how your students were super engaged in everything. And so we wish we had the focus that your students have in the classrooms. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is exciting. Oh, sorry, touching the mic. Exciting for the schools to come out, and it's just it's great to have to see what is happening every day at the meeting. I think it's wonderful. So thank you so much for coming and bringing everyone. This is great. This is as full as this room has been in a long time for positive things, and I appreciate the positive energy. So thank you.
Have a good evening. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. And feel free to stay, but if you got to go see who's faster, the cross-country team or the teachers. Thank you. Moving on, we're going to Illinois School Board Members Day, and that's November 15th.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to take a moment to thank our board members. November 15th is Illinois School Board Members Day. A few statistics from across the state that I think are interesting. There are currently 848 districts across the state that are members of the Illinois Association of School Board, and that includes 5,838 board members across the state. Just above 1,000 of those are new this year in their role as board members. And so for the 7 of you, we want to thank you for supporting public education, for your commitment and contributions to our community, especially during a very difficult time for all of us in our community and throughout the state. This year's School Board Members Day theme is inspiration and leadership. You have definitely modeled leadership over your term here. And Tom Bertrand, the current Illinois Association of School Board Director, shares this quote with you. Your board's work matters. Remember why you chose board service and be an example to others. Now more than ever, our school districts require stable, dedicated leadership. Thank you for answering the call to board service. And on behalf of all of us here in Arlington Heights District 25, we thank you as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've commented this is the best non-paying job that we got. So I appreciate everyone's. I appreciate everyone's dedication to this board through, like Dr. Bine said, some really hard times here. And I think the board, although that we meet monthly, I think we work very hard behind the scenes to get things done on nights like tonight. So thank you. Moving on, we have recognition of veterans.
District 25 is thankful for our many parents, staff, and board members who serve our community and who have also served our country. I believe on our board, we have 2 veterans here. Rich Olenichek, thank you for your service. Scott Philippek, thank you for your service. We are in school on Veterans Day on purpose so that we can teach students the contributions of our veterans to our country and here in Arlington Heights, and so that we can celebrate them together. We want to share with you a video compilation of the activities that occurred in our schools today. And I want to thank Adam Harris and Anana, our new communications employee, for putting this together. So here's a short show of what happened in schools today.
Happy Veterans Day. Happy Winter Day. Happy Winter Day.
Glad that we are in a place where we take this day to remember and to teach our children and to reflect and to share. Again, Rich and Scott and all of our families, staff members who serve in the military, we thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We move it on to community input. This is where the public may address the board, and I have the script to read. The opportunity to speak to the board is provided for members of the public who have a comment to make about business of the board. The board appreciates hearing from stakeholders and values your thoughts and questions. As the board strives to make the best decisions for the district, public input can be helpful. In order for the board to reserve sufficient time to conduct its business and operate its meeting in the spirit of civility, decorum, speakers are expected to follow the following guidelines. Address the board only at the time provided on the agenda and only after being recognized by the board president. Identify yourself and be brief. Your comments must be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. The board may shorten this allotted time in order to conserve time to allow the maximum number of people the opportunity to speak. Please be respectful and courteous, and the board requests that you do not make any statements that are personally disrespectful or condescending to board members of the board or the staff. The board typically does not respond to comments or attempt to answer questions during public comment period, but we do listen intently and appreciate the input from our community. And with that, we'll start with our blue slips. First off, we have Karen Wolf.
Everybody hear me? Yeah? Okay. All right, thank you again for allowing me to speak. So first off, I'd just like to say that I'm glad to see that discussing a letter of dissent is on the agenda. I'm hopeful that it will be the start of more steps to put the kids first. I think another step in the right direction would be upholding School Board Policy 7180, which outlines the prevention of bullying, intimidation, and harassment. Unfortunately, we are seeing this policy, along with the right to medical privacy, violated. We have students and teachers asking during class who's going to get the COVID shot. We have teachers gladly telling students that they just got their booster. There are teachers shaming and punishing first graders if their masks fall below their nose. I believe some of the decisions you've made over these past months have created a culture of discrimination and fostered an environment of mistrust and fear. We've also had some amazing teachers leave and be replaced by subs who are now accused of inappropriate conduct towards students. The school district has become unrecognizable in many ways. I encourage you to really see what is happening in the schools. All we want is an environment where our kids can focus on learning. I don't think that's too much to ask. It's time our district gets out of the healthcare business and out of politics and back into education. We saw 4 cases out of 1,500 tests in the most recent SHIELD update, and yet we're supposed to believe that the testing is necessary and helpful. We see the same or better numbers in every state surrounding Illinois with no mask requirements, and yet we're still being told that masks keep our kids safe. We see unmasked administrators at award ceremonies and recognition dinners, but forcing it on kids is somehow of the utmost importance. I really hope we do have a metric tonight. I also don't think this is too much to ask. It's just common sense to have a goal. How else do we reach an endpoint or implement steps? It certainly can't be 0 cases because that's impossible. I think it's past time to recognize this is similar to the flu. Some people will get a shot every year and others won't. And no one will ask or even care what someone else decides. It's their decision. It really has become cruel, in my opinion, how kids are being treated. The strictest policies are placed on them, even though they're the least likely to catch or spread coronavirus. I heard someone say, let's put restaurant tables in classrooms so that children can take off their masks when they sit down. It's meant to be a joke, but it's actually really sad. There's no logic or reason in the guidelines. We know funding is tied to testing, promoting the shots, etc. I would like you to consider that there are many of us who would rather forego that money than be beholden to coronavirus policies for an unspecified and possibly indefinite amount of time. This isn't the environment we want for our kids. So many lines have been crossed, and we don't know which will be crossed next. All for something with an almost 100% survival rate. It doesn't make sense. A lot of us don't think it does. I think even a lot of you up there don't think it makes sense. So let's get back to what our district should be doing best, providing warm, welcoming, and blue ribbon caliber schools. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Karen. Next, we have Mary Ann Zaleski.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Tonight I'd like to discuss the public discussion of one's vaccination status in a classroom setting. 2 days ago, my 5-year-old daughter informed me about her teacher receiving her booster shot over the weekend, but then she went on to tell me how she needs to let her teacher know when she gets the vaccine as well. I'll repeat that. My 5-year-old informed me that she needs to let her teacher know when she receives the vaccine. She's 5. One would think that as a 5-year-old, she would be learning about phonics, coloring inside the lines, or just learning to love learning. One would think that her teacher's vaccination status, or my daughter's vaccination status, should not be a topic of conversation. But it was this week, and I'm here to talk about that. As some of you may remember, I actually made the difficult decision earlier this year to pull my children to private schools back in the spring based on the lack of transparency in planning that I saw in this district. If my child is having this conversation in a local private school, just like one of your other parents just said, this conversation is happening in your D25 schools as well. And I'm wondering what you, as a district or superintendent, are proactively doing about it. Is it ethical for teachers to talk about their personal health choices in a classroom setting? Is it legal for teachers to ask students about their personal health choices? As a certified teacher, I know the answer is no. Kids are sensitive. Kids are vulnerable. Kids are impressionable. What a teacher says or does in a classroom has an impact on what a child thinks or feels. If a teacher celebrates or glorifies the students who got their vaccine, what does that communicate to the children who may not have received it for whatever reason? Will those children feel inferior? Will they feel ostracized, anxious, depressed? Is that how we want our children to feel? What kind of classroom environment will that create, if not a divisive one? When I was a teacher, not once did I share my status, whether I received my flu shot or HPV vaccine. Not once did I ever ask my students for their personal health information. Not only are those questions not professional, they're not appropriate. And the answers to them are none of my business. It doesn't matter. It doesn't stop me from being a good teacher. So Dr. Bine, I know my time is about up, but I wanted to ask you, please, I don't know what your plan has been for this, but I'm going to please ask on behalf of children, and not just mine are elsewhere, but other children across this district. Please find a plan for addressing this issue now, before it becomes more serious for students. there's an easy way to do that. And I can get to that later at a better time. I don't know if I can get more time, but this is a major issue, guys. It's going to be seen in classrooms and in homes. And the conversation should be happening at home or with your pediatrician, not your teacher. Please, please come up with a plan to address this issue in an appropriate manner with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Dottie. Lisa Dottie. Lisa Dottie. Oh, okay. Hearing nothing, I have Christy Witherow. Sorry. Christy Witherow.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for still being here and serving our community. Tonight, I wanted to try to quickly share a few concerns that I have. Number one, the first sentence under the job description for a board member. The board is committed to an ongoing two-way conversation with constituents about aspirations for the education of district students. Myself and many others that I've spoken to have experienced little to no communication with our board this year. I'm not sure how anyone sitting up here could possibly know what the district wants because nobody has asked us this year. Last year, we received multiple surveys and polls to understand what the district as a whole desired. Please re-engage the community. Number two, ongoing medical and health services offered at our schools are creating a culture where sharing medical information with each other is being normalized. I feel it's beginning to create unacceptable conditions. When you bring health services into the school setting, with it comes conversations, questions, photos, Snapchats, all of it. It becomes a thing. Just like that, our medical choices are no longer private. And I know this because I have an 8-year-old who talks with her girlfriends. And I'm not going to share, it's private, but it's very upsetting. I hear from multiple moms whose kids' teachers are asking who got the shot. That is so inappropriate. Kids talk about who does and who doesn't spit in a tube. Gross, and it should be private. I know firsthand that a young boy was questioned by nurses beyond what was necessary without a parent present, resulting in him being excluded from school. That's not okay. Continuing to provide medical and health services in our school distract from what the kids are there to do, learn. I aspire for my child to go to public school to get an education and only an education. Finally, I understand why we have the test to stay. I get it. It's to keep the kids in school. But I urge you, before you sign that agreement tonight, to continue that testing to stay in our schools all the way through the end of June. Please ask the parents if they actually want it in the schools past December 31st. Everyone will have had a chance to get a shot. They can get tests outside of school. It's creating a culture that I do not want for my child. And 3, please do not hold any more vaccine clinics at our schools. There are 15 locations within 5 miles of here. I had no problem finding an appointment at the 5 random locations I selected an hour before this meeting. Right now, this vaccine is just as acceptable or accessible as the flu shot has been in the past for this age group. I fully support kids getting the vaccine. However, I do not support them being administered at school. I feel very strongly about this after speaking directly with the school in Niles regarding appointments during school hours that followed the IDPH's new rule that allows kids to be vaccinated without a parent present. That scares the shit out of me. And the board's responsibilities and your governance includes holding the district accountable for avoiding unacceptable choices, conditions, and activities. Clinics at school during school hours without parents present are unacceptable activities, in my opinion. I hope to God our district does not follow suit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Angelica Babich.
Hello, Dr. Bine. Hello. all the board members, thank you so much for your time. Happy Veterans Day to you. Thank you for your service. I know we're all parents here in this room. We're all going through a tough time. I do want to address another very important topic, two important topics that I know that parents share in this room and other parents share too. I would like to know what the future strategy plan for diversity, equality, and inclusion is in our school district. And I would also like to talk about some book recommendations for our kids through our district. August 2021, I was part of a small group discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have not seen any updates since then. I did find a description on District 25, and it did say that we will be fostering a sense of belonging, mutual understanding, competence to address diversity, equity, social justice, racism, inclusion in our everyday practices. And we're going to empower an inclusion diverse community of learners to innovate and thrive as global citizens. And this is projected for 2021 to 2025. Us parents would like to be informed of what this means. We would like to know what kind of books are going to be presented to our kids. We would like to know what kind of literature they're going to have. We would like to know what videos are going to be shown to our children. We would like a little bit more communication, please. The other topic of conversation is the book recommendations. I'm trying to get ready for Thanksgiving week, and for Christmas week, we're going to have a lot of time for our children to have a break. So I went through the district website and looked at some book recommendations, and I was actually quite appalled when I found, and I'm just going to name the top 3 that I found. One is called Heroin. It was about a softball player that is addicted to painkillers, and she's addicted to it. That was one of the recommendations. The second recommendation for our children to read was Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs? And it was about a mortician that answers the question about what happens to our bodies when we die. And then the third book that I found that our school district recommended was Devils Within. It talks about an 8-year-old that stabbed somebody, killed his dad at 14, and was the leader of the front of a notorious white supremacist. During these times of COVID and everything we've been through, these should not be the recommendations that our school district is giving to our parents and children. So I will be checking the website a week from today to make sure that these books are updated and the right books are presented for our children to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, we have Yoa Wojcik.
Good evening. I like to speak from my personal experience. I was born and raised in a communist country that regained its freedom. I am proud of my heritage. It has taught me life-saving lessons, how to recognize evil, how to think for myself, how to take risks, and how to have enough courage to say, I do not consent to something that is not right. There is nothing good about coercion, and I will never let anyone take away my freedom because of the greater good. Freedom is for the greater good. A mask exemption in the form that is being offered by the district is not an option for me. I really don't know what is more humiliating to a child, a mask or a shield. When I talked to the lady who handles those exemptions, she informed me of another option I have, homeschooling. That's just great how the school district is trying to retain students by saying this. Yes, I know homeschooling is a choice. You know what I choose? I choose to fight. This is a cup that was given to my daughter at school at the beginning of the Red Ribbon Week. It says, speak up, stand up and speak up for what's right. Be kind, be honest, be strong, be positive, be a role model. Be the change you wish to see in the world. That's what I'm doing right now. and you need to take responsibility and do the same. It's not a choice for you. It's your obligation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Dr. Bynum, do we have any online submissions?
Excuse me. Yes, we do. And I think we've still got a good 10 minutes, so I will begin to read these in the order in which they were submitted. The board has already had access to these, and all of them will be posted on our website. The first one is from Eva Wojcik. It would be helpful to know the number or percentage of positive COVID-19 cases who are fully vaccinated. Please start providing those statistics as part of D25 COVID-19 dashboard. The next comment is also from Eva Wojcik. In the grant application for the ESSER 3 COVID-19 Relief Fund submitted by District 25 to Illinois State Board of Education, the district has committed to addressing, quote, students and staff social, emotional, mental health needs, unquote, to, quote, ensure continuity of services, unquote. I'd like the board to provide an update at the board meeting in regards to what the board is doing to address the emotional and social implications of wearing facial coverings by students. There are children in our schools who suffer psychologically: fear, instability, intimidation, reluctance to go to school, anxiety, depression. How are our schools supporting our young children's emotional development while making them wear masks? Submitted by Michelle Hilgart. I was disappointed and frankly annoyed to hear a board member again bring up the topic of a letter of dissent to the governor regarding the mask mandate. To be clear, District 25 does not oppose the mask mandate. Your constituents do not oppose the mask mandate. In fact, many of your constituents went to the governor back in July and asked him to step in to protect students' well-being when our locally elected board failed to protect our students and voted to make masking optional against the counsel of all recognized health experts. If you wish to retain your local authority on issues as critically important as public health, I suggest you do a better job of identifying and speaking with the appropriate experts on such matters, and make a concerted and transparent effort to gauge the needs of all constituents before making such decisions based on the request of a loud and misinformed minority of residents. Thanks. Also from Michelle Hilgart, I just wanted to thank Dr. Bynum and the board for your work to coordinate a children's vaccine clinic at District 25. I appreciate your commitment to our students' health and well-being, as well as the tremendous convenience this offers families in accessing the vaccine. Thank you. From Darius Gatko, I appeal to our board to not make the COVID-19 vaccine mandatory for children at our schools. If you choose to ignore the scientific data when making this important decision, that clearly shows you don't have the children's best interests at heart. 6 studies showing why children don't need and shouldn't get a COVID vaccine, and there is a link. Also from Eva Wojcik, thank you to the board member who at the last board meeting brought up, not for the first time, a point about having a conversation about the board's authority and local control, noting that a mandate is, quote, creating an unnecessary divide within our communities, unquote. This goes beyond COVID. Now is the perfect time to revisit the purpose of the local school boards and act accordingly. Regardless if someone is pro or anti-mask vaccine, I'd like to remind everyone that the board has been elected to serve the community, not to implement mandates to control the community. This is what concerns me the most. Instead of being an advocate for the community, the board has chosen to follow the governor's orders that are violating the law. The board has been failing to adequately address the concerns of teachers, parents, and students in regards to the COVID situation and the challenges it created. The board has been risking the health of students and school staff in order to secure funding for the school district, $1,516,832 received from the ESSER 3 COVID-19 Relief Fund, with universal and correct wearing of masks being a condition to ensure continuity of services. There are documented cases of physical and emotional harm caused by mask and vaccine mandates at our schools, and legal actions have been taken. All of this has created a distorted notion of public school and its purpose, and the damage that the imposed restrictions have caused far outweigh any threat from COVID. I ask the superintendent and the board to start making educated decisions and be leaders for the good of the community you are supposed to be serving. Coercing and intimidating is not serving, and I hope that our board members prove they stand by the principles for which they have been elected. If the board cannot stand up for our children, what is your role then? There's another one from Eva Wojcik, but I'm going to skip to some other people since we've had more than 3 minutes there, but again, this is available for viewing. From Anitska Sarnik, just looking at the COVID-related mandates imposed by our board from the legal perspective. A mandate is not a law, and even if the Illinois Association of School Boards claims once an executive order is issued, it has the effect of law, it is impossible for a law that violates the Constitution to be valid. Regardless of what arguments District 25 Board is using to cover this fact, there is no question about it. The executive order you continuously choose to follow is unlawful on many levels. The fact that parents and teachers are forced to demand their fundamental rights through courts certainly doesn't reflect well on the superintendent, the board, and the district's reputation. Justice will be done one way or another. Consider how your actions will be judged in the future and during the next Board of Education elections. Will you be seen as a critical thinker who made a difference, or as a puppet in the government's hands to control people's lives? From Jennifer Durkin. Thank you for your service and concern for the safety of our community and all who work in and attend our schools. I would like to ask that the school board instructs the delegate to the Illinois Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly in November to vote no on Resolution 2 against the creation of student safety and protection plans that would allow employees to carry guns on school property. Yes on Resolution 15 in favor of child-safe gun storage laws in homes with students under the age of 18 years. School districts should be concerned with preventing guns from being brought to schools. Resolution 2 would allow the presence of concealed weapons in a school setting, which is detrimental to student safety. Resolution 15 would change the current gun storage safety law in raising the age of minors living in the home from 14 to 18, which would help reduce the potential for a child student to gain access to an unsecured firearm and bring it to school. From Magdalena Martinez, I would love to see students continue to have the option to sit outside for lunch at the middle schools on nice days like we have had this week. My understanding is that has not been an option, and the students have been watching movies during half of lunch inside this week. Offering outside lunch on nice weather days is a simple way to ensure that the school continues to be able to stay open. I also would like to see more windows cracked and medical grade air cleaners used inside classrooms. At curriculum night, I saw one window open the entire evening. Thank you to the gym teachers who have had the students outside as much as possible. Lastly, I am hearing rumors of a few substitute teachers doing improper things to students. I would appreciate more communication at the middle school level, clarifying things like this. Increased proactive communication to parents from the district would be much appreciated. And from Jen Anderson, Dear District 25 Board and Dr. Bine, please revise the COVID case dashboard to accurately reflect daily and total weekly case counts by school. The current format of weekly reporting isn't a timely or accurate representation of cases and is essentially useless to parents who would like to monitor this information. As I understand it, this daily data is already collected and reported to the health department by school nurses and could easily be shared via a Google form like many other schools are already doing. Also, I'm one of many other parents and community members who strongly oppose our district's name associated with a requested letter of complaint to the governor. If any board member thinks the governor has overstepped, they should send that message as a personal communication from a private citizen. Majority of parents welcome the governor's actions and still support them. As school board members, you are not responsible for making public health policy. Please don't waste any more of the board's, administration's, or taxpayer funded attorney's time with this distraction from the duties you were actually elected to carry out.
I think that's.
I think that is it. Again, they will all be posted online.
All right. Next, going to communication to and from board members. We start off with NSSEO, and it's got Gina under there, but if you want me to update, NSSEO is, if you've driven down Kensington, which probably most of us have, you see that the, what's that?
I think we skipped consent agenda.
I was just getting rolling, too. All right, I'm sorry. Number 5, I scrolled down too far. Consent agenda.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay,
Anisha.
Mr. President, it's Veterans Day, so we're honoring you, so it's okay.
That's fine.
I recommend that the Board of Education approve those items on the consent agenda as follows. A, personnel report and addendum to personnel report. B, invoices. C, public hearing meeting minutes on the waiver of administrative cost cap of October 7th, 2021. D, regular and closed session meeting minutes of October 7th, 2021. E, closed special session meeting minutes of October 12th, 2021.
Thanks, Anisha. Do I have a second? Thank you, Rich. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. Lana, can you call the roll, please?
Member Cherniglia?
Yes.
Member Faso?
Yes.
Member Conley?
Yes.
Member Scapalato?
Yes.
Member Oblinichek?
Yes.
Member Patel?
Yes.
Member Philippek?
Yes. All right, the motion passes. Now moving on to communications to and from board members, and we start off with the NSSEO.
Oh,
All right, I'm just.
Dr. K wants to do a quick recognition of.
Could I please jump in for just a moment?
Yes.
Go
With
ahead.
the unanimous vote of the consent agenda, one of the employees that we are now very excited to recognize is, I'll hold off the name for just a second, the replacement for Coletta Hines Newell, who will be sadly retiring on a magical date, 2/2/22. So we needed to find a new replacement for our food service director. So I'd like to welcome and congratulate our new food service director, Sandy Voss. I told her I wouldn't make her speak, but I did want to say she is a former resident of Arlington Heights, grew up here, and not only did she grow up here, but we hired her many years ago as the assistant for Coletta, and then she left us to become a food service director, and we are excited that we were able to get her back. So welcome, Sandy.
All right. Moving on, communications to and from board members, and starting off with NSSEO. Have any of you driven down Kensington lately? If you noticed, Timber Ridge School is working very fast on the new gymnasium there, and it's looking really, really good. So we're going to keep watching that, and hopefully soon we'll be able to go inside and take a tour of that facility for our students that are at Timber Ridge. Also next month, Dr. Hackett will be coming to our meeting and presenting the shining stars from District 25 and giving us an overview of all the great things that our students are doing through NSSEO. So stay tuned for that. Next month is going to be an exciting presentation from NSSEO and Dr. Hackett. So that's from NSSEO. Moving on to IASB. Anisha?
Yeah, no, exciting times for school board members across the state of Illinois as we all get ready to go to the III conference on starting next week. So we'll be there Friday through Sunday. Board members will be there. We're taking a whole bunch of seminars and classes, and we'll be sharing notes and learning from each other and kind of dividing and learning, going to different sessions and then sharing out to the community as well. So we're very excited, and because we didn't have the conference, of course, during COVID, we had the online version, so now we're going to be in person. So we're excited to learn and bring that learning back to a district to benefit all the children here. So that is it about ISB, and we'll talk more about resolutions later.
Thank you, Anisha. EdRed, Rich.
Just two things that I want to update the board on. First, in terms of legislative matters, the Healthcare Right of Conscience Act was updated or amended to be effective in June 1st, and it helped clarify the intent of that particular law The reason it's significant, a lot of the lawsuits that we've seen or heard about in the press have been referencing that particular case. So we'll see how that continues to move its way through the processes that are there. The other one to update, and this one went through the House and Senate at blinding speed, which was House Bill 2778. As you recall, we first talked about this back, I want to say last year, but really last school year, back in March, April timeframe. But this then resurfaced probably at the middle of October. But what this, the reason it's impactful to us is what it does is provide unlimited administrative leave for staff and contractors for COVID-related activities or COVID-related things, the quarantining, if you're sick, childcare issues, things of that nature, not only for staff, but for contractors as well. I had an opportunity to speak with Senator Ann Gillespie on this particular one, actually the night before it was voted on. She did actually vote in support of this, but she wasn't aware of the unique way that we had solved that particular problem, addressed it with our union, and the collaboration in that fact. So I did share with her the material, that the MOU, and and she thought it was a very creative way, a very good way of solving that particular issue. Now her position was that we would get reimbursed through ISSER funds, but maybe my counterpoint is that those ISSER funds were designated to help the students improve their grades. So the funding of that is just using it for a different source. Not that it's a bad, but it was intended initially to help our students. As I mentioned, it flew through the House and the Senate very, very quickly. It has not, the update today I got was it is not at the governor's desk yet, but we'll see how that happens. My understanding is that the governor will have 60 days to act on it once he receives it. So we'll see how that progresses. If it passes through that, we'll be talking again. So that's all I have.
Yeah. And just a couple other things also from Friday's meeting, and I will add to Rich's comment on that legislation. I did write on behalf of the district to both of our House representatives that represent in this area, exactly what we did accomplish through our negotiation process, and that we did handle it a different way, and that we did not support that automatic paid leave, but obviously didn't go that direction. One other piece of legislation that Rich has brought up in the past, but we revisited again on Friday, is the refund recapture law that is in place and will take effect with our 2021 levy. When I show you the levy information tonight, I'll show you the history of some of the refunds we've issued over the last number of years. It will be automatically added to the 2021 levy in a lump sum. It's not cumulative every year, it's just that amount for that year. They have amended the legislation to allow for school districts to consider to abate a portion or all of that amount. So I will, the amount gets certified by November 15th, so we won't know what that amount is, unfortunately, till next week. So in December, I'll talk further about that and what steps can be taken, if any, to address that for District 25.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Stacy. Moving on to a board governance framework, and that is for me. It falls under board protocols this month for meetings of the board. We understand that the board meetings are meetings of the board held in public, not open forum town hall meetings. We keep this in mind as we conduct our meetings, allowing the public to provide input at the time allotted on the agenda to ensure multiple voices of the community inform board deliberations. However, when the board deliberates, it is a time for the board to listen and learn from each other, taking the public input into consideration, not a time to re-engage with the public. So that is our board governance framework. And moving on to other board communication, anything from around the horn here.
Mr. President.
Yes, Greg.
Just two items I wanted to share since our last meeting. One, I had the pleasure of participating with Dr. Bine in the Arlington Heights Park District Trunk or Treat. And thank you, Dr. Bine, for loaning your vehicle toward that endeavor. The theme was Where the Wild Things Are from the book. And it was just, it was such a fun event for, families that have been there. It's a great event anyway, but I think it was great for our school district. You know, there were little kids and parents looking at the logo of our schools and going, well, that's where you're going to go next year. And just connecting, you know, the school is part of the community. And it was a great service opportunity, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Bine. It was our Stuco from South Middle School was there. So it was just a great event. And the other one was just this week on Tuesday, I caught the Thomas Middle School Concert and Symphonic Bands concert with just a wonderful return to live concerts now that we can after as the pandemic and mitigations allow. And this was a first for the sixth graders. So they had started last year and never played in a large group. And it was great to see so much strong support from parents and the administrators there. And finally, they ended the concert with a great piece. It's called Dragon Slayer, and all the groups, so it's the 6th and then 7th graders, and they all performed together and really brought down the house. And I just want everyone to know that no dragons were harmed during that concert. So,
thank you, Greg. Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. President, I wanted to update the board. Dr. Kay and I were earlier today at the district, represented our board at the District 214 board meeting, where they recognized feeder districts like District 214 for their partnership in the Career Pathways program. And we watched a wonderful video of the teacher preparation career pathway and how their students come into our building to kind of train. So it was really great to see that. And we got some goodies from District 214. They're very grateful for our partnership and the certificate of appreciation from the board of District 214. So that was really a wonderful event to be there. We have a great high school district that our kids feed into, so that was great. That's one thing. The second thing, as far as Halloween goes, it was great that there was that trunk or treat. There was another community trunk or treat organized by local businesses, and as school districts, we really, as a board, appreciate all the community engagement. And so there was the trunk or treat that was hosted in the community with the local businesses and organizations, and the Boo-mobile, the bookmobile from Arlington Heights Memorial Library was there as well, so that was really good. And I want to say this Saturday, there's going to be Martin Luther King 52nd anniversary of the death of Martin Luther King's. There's going to be a remembrance and commemoration dinner for any community members and board members who can attend, so that's going to be happening this Saturday.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, moving on. We have student learning, and this is our fall assessment report. Oh my God, you know, yes, I'm sorry. I'm scrolling down, and then it's the next one down. So that's the last time I'm going to do that. Next one is communications to board members. This is the PTA, Nicole Barbieri reporting.
Nicole is unable to attend tonight.
Okay, moving on to ABC 25. Gina?
So the ABC 25 update is thank you to administration and staff and Dr. Bine for your encouragement. We have received over 50 grants that are currently with all of the school liaisons under consideration for funding for this year, both on the Karen Russell Barr as well as the Marion Elliott grants. More news to come on that. The decision date and the start of the conversations will be on November 30th with an intent to provide Dr. Bine to you and to staff what the results of the grant funding would be prior to the winter break. In addition to that, please mark your calendars. On April 30th, 2022 is the big fundraiser for ABC 25, the Get Verb Challenge, and really exciting for our students. Right now, until December 3rd, we are accepting drawings from all of the students in the district who would like to participate. They have the opportunity to submit the design for the t-shirt that is going to be used and distributed as part of that Get Verb Challenge fundraiser. The winning artist gets to pick the color of the race shirt as well. So again, the deadline on that is 12/3, and for more information, you can find that at abc25challenge.org.
Thank you, Gina. Always a good time. Next up, ATA, Allison Berg.
Not your which is okay. I was like, oh, all right, I'm off the hook tonight. Thank you, everybody. This has been a super fun board meeting, actually the most fun board meeting I've attended so far. A lot of energy in the room. It's been pretty cool. I wanted to say thank you to the veterans, first of all, honoring Veterans Day, and secondly, happy board member appreciation. This has been a rough year through the pandemic and everything else, and we appreciate everything you've done for District 25 and working with us, so we appreciate that. I believe in eating through stressful situations, so enjoy the sweet treat that we brought to you so that you too can eat your stress away. So I would like to just take a moment to thank the administration and the board for coming to yet another agreement with ATA for the current MOU. I am always hopeful that it will be the last amendment to our contract, but as the pandemic continues to change, so do our needs. So we are grateful to work with administrators and a board that recognizes the need to make changes so that we can continue to provide the best instruction for our students. So thank you again. Tonight I am shining a spotlight on Westgate, since you haven't heard enough about it tonight. It was pretty awesome that all the teachers were here and they gave me a shirt. So tonight I am honorary Westgate teacher, and I'm excited to highlight some of the important learning and leading happening at Westgate this year. Is there a slideshow? Sweet. All right, so students and staff celebrated Walk to School Day. More than half of the student population participated in that event. First graders are working hard to become stronger readers and writers. Students benefit from engaging in hands-on activities to show what they know. Second graders had an amazing in-school field trip. It went hand in hand with the Diversity and Habitats Science Unit. The Classroom Learning Lab at Westgate provides the opportunity for teachers to experience in-depth professional growth within a collaborative community. This is a PD opportunity facilitated within Westgate by their student learning coach, Julie Nelson. And this past week, teachers participated in a learning lab focused on using the new guided reading curriculum, Literacy Footprints. Teachers shared tips and strategies to support their children at home in the areas of math and reading at the PTA meeting, and parents went away with creative ways to make learning fun and were very appreciative. To celebrate the end of the first trimester, Westgate held an all-school assembly, which you actually already heard about tonight, and they had fun dancing the Hokey Pokey and celebrating all their hard work so far this year. And third grade enjoyed learning about Diwali. And finally, firefighters, art projects, and mood meters, oh my. Westgate is looking forward to many more months of learning and leading. So thank you for the opportunity to share about Westgate tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you, Allison. All right, now moving on to student learning. This is the fall assessment report.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Fitzpatrick, Assistant Superintendent for the Department of Student Learning, and I'm here tonight with our assessment coordinator, Amanda Chernick, to review our students' performance on assessments administered in this fall and spring session. The information we will share notes the overall performance and growth of our students. And as you will see, thanks to the ingenuity and persistence of our teachers and the collaboration with families, our students continue to grow academically during the pandemic. However, like districts in our area and across the country, the growth was not at rates consistent with pre-pandemic levels. Additionally, although not unusual for any school year, some of our students demonstrated significant progress, while others did not grow at rates commensurate with their peers. Our school-based multi-tiered systems of support teams met this fall to formulate a plan for addressing the needs of all students. During the second portion of our presentation tonight, we will share a bit about the plan, which includes 2 supplemental resources that we are implementing to accelerate the growth of all of our students. And now I'm going to turn it over to Amanda.
Good evening, everybody. So what follows is an overview of District 25's performance on a couple of our district-wide assessments, the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, or the IAR, and the NWEA MAP test. Last spring, many of our 3rd through 8th graders took the IAR, and for the first time this fall, all kindergarten through 8th graders were assessed using the MAP platform in reading and math. Also this fall, our students participated in other assessments. Most of our elementary classrooms assess students' reading levels for guided reading groups using the Fontes and Pinnell benchmark assessment system. Some students completed short curriculum-based assessments on the FastBridge platform to help determine current performance and progress. And our kindergarten students completed the state-mandated kids assessment with state results expected next spring. Presented here is NWEA's research findings about nationwide academic performance on their platform over the past school year. While NWEA noted that students made math and reading gains despite a year and a half of interrupted learning, students' achievement was less pronounced than pre-pandemic, most notably in math and for some student populations. In line with NWEA's findings, District 25 noted that our students' math achievement lagged slightly compared to pre-pandemic. We will take a closer look at that data as we progress through the slideshow. So we'll start by looking at our data with the IAR, a state-mandated language arts and math assessment. All districts in Illinois were given the option to administer this assessment in the spring of 21 or the fall of 21. Which means that districts do not currently have the specific statewide data typically provided this time of year. We will share that data when it's made available towards the end of this school year. So this slide shows the percentage of students overall who met or exceeded state expectations in language arts and math last spring compared to spring of 2021. So the blue bar represents the percentage of District 25 students meeting or exceeding in the spring of 19. The red bar represents the percentage of Illinois students meeting or exceeding in the spring of 19, and the yellow bar represents the percentage of District 25 students meeting or exceeding in the spring of 21. So overall last year, declines were noted in both language arts and math. It's important to note that about 10% of our 3rd through 8th graders did not participate in this assessment last spring, impacting our district-wide data. So let's look at our students' Spring 21 IAR performance in language arts by grade level compared to spring of 19. Again, the blue, red, and yellow bars represent D25 Spring 19 data, Illinois Spring 19 data, and D25 Spring 21 data. Overall, 11% fewer District 25 students met or exceeded grade level standards in reading than in 2019, while preliminary statewide data shows that 17% fewer Illinois students met grade level standards in reading in 2021 than in 2019. Here is our students' Spring 21 IR performance in math by grade level compared to spring of 19. Overall, 10% fewer D25 students met grade level standards in math than in 2019. Preliminary statewide data share that 18% fewer Illinois students met grade level standards in math than in 2019. The following two slides show IAR 2019 and 2021 performance data on District 214 feeder districts, which includes 4 District 214 sender schools that currently have data available to report. The blue bars represent the percentage of each district's students meeting or exceeding in language arts in the spring of 19, while the orange bars represent the percentage of each district students meeting or exceeding in language arts in the spring of 21. Scores trended down in reading across all districts, likely due to interrupted learning and decreased student participation on the IAR assessment. IAR math performance noted a similar trend to reading across local districts, with scores declining from pre-pandemic testing. So moving on to our kindergarten through 8th graders' performance on the MAP test. This graph shows MAP percentile scores nationally in reading for all District 25 grade levels this fall. Just as a reminder, the average MAP score nationally falls at the 50th percentile, which runs horizontally in the middle of the projected graph. Also, the MAP assessment differs depending on the grade levels. Our kindergarten and first graders took the MAP Growth K2, which was heavy with images and read aloud, Our 2nd through 5th graders took the MAP Growth 2 through 5, and our middle schoolers took the MAP Growth 6+. For our current 4th through 8th graders, this graph also reflects the performance of the same group of students spanning 3 school years. The 2021-22 school year with the purple bar, the 2021, there's a lot of 20s there, school year with the 2 blue bars, and the 18-19 school year with the green bar. Both blue bars should be interpreted with caution, as our fall 20 scores included remote assessment, which broke with standardization procedures, and our spring 21 scores consisted of a significantly smaller than typical testing group. We did not include our winter 1920 scores because we were trying to align the different testing seasons as much as possible for reporting consistency. So our kindergarten and 1st graders demonstrated that they are starting the school year with solid early reading readiness compared to same grade peers nationally. Typically, scores in the MAP Growth 2 trend higher than other levels because of the read aloud support. Overall, our other grade levels are showing our MAP data returning to a more expected performance. For example, take our current 5th graders. In this case, our 5th graders performed slightly above pre-pandemic percentiles this fall than when they were 3rd graders. This slide looks at our MAP percentile scores in math compared to the same grade peers nationally currently and over time with the same group of students. Again, the 21-22 school year is designated with the purple bar, the 20-21 school year with the blue bars, and the 18-19 school year with the green bar. We notice that our students' current math performance on MAP has declined slightly compared to pre-pandemic data. For example, our 7th graders performed below pre-pandemic percentiles this fall than as 5th graders. Keep in mind that this cohort was introduced to their new middle school curriculum being taught during interrupted learning last year. So although fluctuations are noted across grade levels and subject areas, this fall MAP administration gives the district stable, reliable data compared to last year's administration. This data helps the district make decisions for intervention and curricular adjustment. This next slide shows our MAP reading growth from last spring and this fall. The blue bars represent the average RIT growth points expected of students within a grade between 2 testing seasons, and the yellow bar represents the actual RIT growth points for that specific testing season. For our spring 21 graph, growth was measured from fall 20 to spring 21, and for our fall 2021 graph, growth was measured from fall 20 to fall 21. As a reminder, MAP's RIT score is a unit of measurement that represents the level where a student is ready to learn. Typically, RIT scores increase over time. Younger students tend to show more growth in 1 year than older students. Students who score on the high end of their grade level often show less growth from season to season. As I shared last spring, inflated fall 20 scores impact students meeting spring 21 and fall 21 growth projections. The higher the fall scores, the higher the growth target would be for the spring and the fall. So if we look up in the upper left-hand corner with the spring 2021 graph, no grades met their projected reading growth in spring of 2021, while current 8th graders met their projected growth in fall of 2021. This fall, District 25 students are closer to getting back to exceeding their growth projections than they were last spring. This slide shows our MAP math growth in the spring of 21 and the fall of 21. No grades met their projected MAP growth in spring of 21, while current 4th and 5th graders met their projected growth this fall. Again, this fall, District 25 students are closer to meeting their growth projections than last spring. These next 2 slides show the percentage of students within different populations performing at or above the 50th percentile on the MAP reading test. In reading this fall, 70% of District 25 students are performing at or above the 50th percentile. Percentages were also calculated by ethnicity, multi-language learners, and students with IEPs. Some student population groups in this calculation are very small, including American Indian, multiracial, and Pacific Islander. This information helps to guide District 25 strategic plans. In the subject area of math this fall, 77% of District 25 students are performing at or above the 50th percentile. We see similar performance trends in reading and math across the different student populations. Finally, the following two slides show our MAP RIT performance for our summer school attendees versus non-attendees. To be included in these calculations, students needed to participate in the spring 21 and the fall 21 MAP tests to determine the difference between the average RIT scores for each level. Summer school students also needed to attend an academic-focused summer school class for at least 80% of the session. On the chart, summer school attendees are labeled as attend, and non-attendees are marked as non-attend. For our reading calculations, our current 6th, 7th, and 8th graders have an asterisk to note that the sample size of fewer than 10 students per grade level was too small to generate a significant average, so those calculations were excluded from the total calculation. On average, summer school participants gained 3.5 RIT points from the last spring to this fall, while non-participants gained 2.5 RIT points, which equates to a 1 RIT point difference in reading between the two groups. A RIT point equates to about a percentile or two on a student's MAP test score, depending on the student's starting score and grade level. As for math performance for summer school participants and non-participants, on average, summer school participants in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade gained 3 RIT points and non-participants gained 2 RIT points from spring 21 to fall of 21, which again equates to a 1 RIT point difference in math. Phew. Dr. Fitzpatrick will now transition to update us about District 25's new literacy and math resources to accelerate learning for our students.
Thank you, Amanda. So there are a number of different ways that we are seeking to accelerate student growth, including reviewing our pacing guides and alignment with standards. Additionally, we are implementing 2 new supplemental instructional resources that we purchased using ESSER funds: Literacy Footprints and Building Fact Fluency. And we're also providing corresponding professional learning to teachers regarding the use of these resources. Joining us this evening to talk about Literacy Footprints is our literacy coordinator, Sharon Nellis, along with Lene Jenkins, first grade teacher at Patton.
Good evening. I am thrilled to be here tonight to share with you information about this powerful new literacy resource we're using in District 25, Literacy Footprints. Currently, all K-5 elementary teachers, special education teachers, and integrated service teachers have Literacy Footprints kits. This resource is a research-based, comprehensive small group framework. The reading instruction it provides is explicit and systematic. Included in the lessons across K-5 are opportunities for differentiated instruction in phonemic awareness, alphabetics, phonics, decoding, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, and writing. We also have a companion resource to support striving readers and multilingual learners. This resource is called the Literacy Footprints Intervention Partner. This resource makes it very easy and seamless for our classroom teachers to work with our intervention teachers and multilingual teachers to connect instruction happening in classrooms and in our pull-out programs. I am so happy to have one of our superstar teachers, first grade teacher Lene Jenkins, with us to share some experience she's had with utilizing the Literacy Footprints resource. I'm going to scoot this over.
Thank you so much. Hi there. My name is Lene Jenkins, and I teach first grade at Patton School. I'm very excited to be here tonight to talk to you on behalf of Patton staff about footprints.
After gathering feedback from all of our teachers, we all love what Footprints has brought to our small group instruction. Reading and student engagement have always been a priority in our district. We feel that this program encourages the love of reading and sets our students up for success. Our Footprints program reinforces this and has so many valuable components. The learning targets on our lesson cards are clear, concise, and organized, so we're really able to deliver the instruction in a quick, fun way. The progression of the lessons have an awesome flow and build on each other. Each book has lessons and activities laid out for 2 to 3 days, depending on the grade level. The materials provided within our kits are extremely useful and appealing also to the kids. They love building the words with their magnets. They love using the dry erase boards and playing the repetitive games that highlight the skill that we're working on for that particular lesson. They're extremely engaged and they look forward to their group times with us. The students also love the writing portion of the program, which is one of the many ways to provide the differentiation within our groups. The teachers love that we are able to assign multiple high-interest books at their reading level to a bookshelf that they can read and choose from during their independent reading time. They love to have their choices in their own book collection and even mark their favorites so they can read them again. Footprints has engaging stories with lovable characters that the kids really relate to. The book selection offers a wide variety of text to meet student interests. The kids make connections with these characters because many of them they've read about before and they're reoccurring like a series from previous books. They can't wait to bring their book bags home each week to share their new books with their parents. It is so fun to see the kids using the reading strategies that they get from our mini lessons and transferring them to other content areas. So we've really seen such growth and engagement and confidence in reading over a few short months with our students. We are so grateful to have this resource within our rooms and our own libraries. So thank you so much.
Thank you. What maybe Lene isn't sharing with you is that this isn't unusual for her to be a bit of an early adopter of new materials that she really feels will benefit her students. So thank you, Lene, and thank you, Sharon. Now joining us to talk about building fact fluency are our math coordinator, Lisa Sidlowski, and Kim Kusil, 4th grade teacher at Olive.
Thank you, Dr. Fitzpatrick. I am genuinely so excited to get the opportunity to talk with you today about how this Building Fact Fluency Toolkit is helping all of our kids feel like math learners, because everyone is a math learner, and this is something we believe so strongly. When you hear the word fact fluency, our mind automatically goes to a student's ability to memorize or recall a fact. But fluency is so much more than memorization. It's also a student's ability to think flexibly and efficiently about numbers. If you think about it, a kid's ability to compose and decompose at 10 is directly related to their ability to compose and decompose a linear equation. The Building Fact Fluency Toolkit was provided to all of our classroom teachers, but also to all of our interventionists and special education teachers, because it provides an opportunity for all students to have an entryway into their math learning. Not only are students practicing their math facts, but they are also learning to have dialogue with one another about their ideas, learn to speak the language of math, and most importantly, build their confidence. For example, one routine we talk about is an image talk. In an image talk, kids see a series of pictures that are related to the concept that they're learning. So in one image talk, they may see a bundle of peaches, and they're learning about the idea of doubling the double. Your multilingual learner is going to be able to contribute no matter what their language proficiency is. Your advanced learner is going to be able to extend it far beyond the concept of fours. For our intervention students and our special education students, they're going to be able to be invited into their classroom conversation and get scaffolded support in their pull-out services. I'm super excited to have Kim Kusil here to talk about how it's changing the game in her classroom and helping all of her kids feel like math learners.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Lisa. And thank you for your service, both of you, and to everybody else in the room. I'm going to start with this word, impact. Our time is limited with students, and we want the tools we use to have the biggest impact. The Building Fact Fluency Kits do just that. In the few short weeks that I've been using this set of lessons and games, my fourth graders at Olive have been challenged to think flexibly, find patterns, name mathematical properties, communicate effectively, and, as Lisa said, my favorite part, is building their confidence. The kit is more than just a set of games. It's a series of lesson strands for all learners that encompasses research-based practices in a way that's easy to follow and execute quickly, which is really important for us teachers on the go. The games allow the students to collaborate and increase their mathematical dexterity to make conjectures. And as a teacher, I appreciate the image talks, 3-act math tasks, and games that allow access to learning for all of my students. The games can be differentiated, and the students can even play in teams, furthering the math conversation. Student engagement has also gone way up since utilizing the lesson strands within the kits. Whenever I use an image talk or a 3-act math task, my students sit at attention. They're actively learning. They're on the edge of their seat, and they cannot wait to participate and share their thinking with everybody. And it's no surprise with that in mind that they are excited to talk about math and to be in class. And so this toolkit really is a game changer in the math classroom, and the tools are really an impactful way that engages our diverse learners to efficiently build upon their foundational skills used to develop flexible thinking in the math classroom. And I'm so excited that we have it to use, and thank you very much.
And I think we have a bit of a video from your classroom, so not only can you hear a little bit about it from Mrs. Kusil, but you can also see it in action.
Hi, my name is Declan. And my name is Ilhan. We're in 4th grade and we're in Mrs. Casil's class.
My name is Katie and I'm in Mrs. Casil's class. I'm Nula and I'm in Mrs. Stevens' class.
Today in class, you're playing a game called Double Double, and
you roll a dice and then you do that number times 1, times 2, or times 4. And then you try to get a bingo with all the chips you have, and you have to get 4 in a row. And my favorite part of the game is multiplying it because it's fun to find the number and it's fun to roll. I think the class got really competitive, and a lot of people had 3 in a row and they needed to get 4. And you need to think before you place it down because you could get 4 in a row if you think before you place anything.
I like the game because it's kind of simple and it's very competitive. And I like doing stuff times 4. It's very easy to learn and it's fun to play. You can do 1v1 or 2v2.
Oh heck, you can do 3v3
Yeah.
4v4. I would recommend it to my friends because it's fun to do and it helps you learn your multiplication facts. I really like this game for math. I think when we keep playing it, we'll get better and better at our multiplication facts and it'll get easier. And I would sometimes even play this at home if it was homework or something because it's really fun and you could get really competitive.
So a little bit of a common theme there about the competitiveness about the math games. Perhaps we could come back at another time and engage board members in
we glorify
playing
you,
a little bit. So thank you.
King of Kings, your Lord of.
Got some sort of a synthesizer going or something. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Kim. Hopefully what you kind of saw there was really a lot of enthusiasm for our teachers here in this year when we're making a somewhat atypical transition back into the classroom, when I suppose it could be awfully easy to just continue to do the same old that we've been doing. Our teachers have really stepped up to the plate to even begin trying new things and new approaches. And we're only here in November, and you're already starting to see some of the evidence of that. Kids saying, I'm really excited to go home and play a math game, and really kind of developing those concepts at a deeper level. So again, thank you for your support. As I mentioned earlier, we purchased those materials using ESSER funds, and now the Department of Student Learning is supporting those resources with ongoing professional learning with our staff. So as you can see, our coordinators and teachers are eager to use their expertise to provide best practice instruction and really discover evidence of their impact on accelerating student growth, which is in direct correlation with the presentation of the assessment information that Amanda shared with us. So thank you. We just have a brief slide with some citations of some works that were cited during the presentation. But at this time, if anyone has any questions.
Questions from around the table?
I'll just say thank you again to Anana Zamaya, our new communications employee. She put that video together so that the board could actually hear from the kids in the classroom.
Mr. President.
Rich.
Thank you all for coming and presenting, and wherever the teachers, there you guys are. Thank you. It's great to see that the level of excitement in the classroom and the passion in doing that type of activity. A couple questions. So these two programs, they're fully already, how does that call them? Lots of words right now, but they're fully out in the district right now. All the teachers are there.
Yeah, we're currently, I would say training is ongoing. So materials have been distributed,
okay.
But our coordinators who are really leading the effort for professional learning, so they're out in buildings on a fairly regular basis now, engaging teachers in professional learning. They're also going into classrooms to do demonstration lessons. So a lot of different things happening on that front. That'll be ongoing throughout the year, really.
So from an expectation, just as we look at these coming up in in a few months when we see the next round of results, what should our expectation be? Meaning, should we be returning back to normal? Should we be returning back to exceeding? What type of growth should we see back in our students to catch up?
Yeah, I think probably the only thing that's safe to say is that we'll continue to see that our students respond in different ways. There's still going to be some asymmetric growth that's happening for our students. The research that's coming out now this fall regarding student growth would suggest that this is a multi-year effort. So in other words, we wouldn't expect come winter to see that our scores would kind of snap back to pre-pandemic levels. But really, I think the important takeaway is some of what Amanda highlighted in that we're seeing there's growth back towards the levels that we were at pre-pandemic. So as long as we continue on that trajectory, I think that's really what we're looking for, particularly this year.
Are there other things that you and the staff may need to help the kids move, or do you feel that these two programs are the best?
Yeah, well, I think we're very excited about these two programs. I think you didn't.
Yeah, it was subtle.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working with both of these teachers. I know of their enthusiasm. Yeah, I think. Oh, now I've lost my train of thought. Thanks, Brian. Oh, thank you. Right. It's a great question, but more isn't always better. I think doing what we have and doing it well is really kind of where we want to focus our attention. So if we start to see different pieces of data coming back at us that would suggest we need to add something or go in a different direction, then I think certainly we'd come back to you and talk about that after doing extensive research on our part. But right now, we really want to get good at what we have because we do believe that it's going to make an impact.
Okay. Can you go to slide 15 for someone? So, I mean, very good results overall on the summer school. So, great work there to the staff that did it. And I forget who the principal was this year for that.
Nick Filipowski.
Yes. So great job there. I guess the question is, since we offered it for free, or I think our plan is to offer it for free next year, and I think if I heard right, the difference was just 1% increase in RIT. based on those that attended versus those that didn't.
Yeah,
And
with
so,
a 1 percentile point.
One
Yeah,
percentile point. So I know this is the first time we're gathering this type of information. Is that, should have that been expected? Should we have expected 10? Should we have expected 0.5? How do we put that into some framework to say that those investment dollars were well worth it?
Yeah, we certainly, as you kind of noted, we don't have anything to compare it to because this is the first time we're really collecting this information. We did institute some new things in the academic focused classes for our students. Looking ahead, we're looking to do even more professional development with the summer school teachers that will be working in those classrooms. So I would want to say that before we kind of pull out of that, we collect some more information again this year to see what that impact looks like. Really kind of, honing in on trend data rather than just simply one data point from this past summer.
Okay. Can you go to slide 9? So in looking at this, and sometimes it's a confusing chart. I know we had a lot of discussion on this before from the last time we looked at this. So when I'm looking at 8th grade, those 4 bars, is that representative of 8th grade in each 8th grade, or?
That's the same group of students. So
Okay,
that would be
that's their
8
scores, 7,
Yes.
6, 12. Okay, got
Yep.
it. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
I know in the earlier slides, back on slide 5, and so it showed that actually reading went down, and here it shows that it went up.
Right.
Is it just the testing different?
It is, yeah.
Or
So-
something we should be concerned with?
I'll tell you a little bit about the IAR test if you'd like to know. So the
Short,
IAR,
very
yes, I'll
short.
be quick. So the MAP test is, the
Yeah.
students are used to taking the MAP test. They take the MAP test
Yep.
2 or 3 times a year. It's familiar, it gives them immediate feedback. It's a multiple choice, it's adaptive. So the students will start answering questions and it'll adapt up or down depending on how they answer. Whereas as the IAR feels more unfamiliar to students, there's a writing component. So that's different for them. And I think because they don't really know how they performed until the following year when the parents get the parent report, it's hard for them to, I think, feel as invested as they might with the MAP test, if that makes sense. But it's also, kind of measuring different skills. There's more, like I said, there's more writing, so that impacts their score. And what else was I going to say about it? I think that's the gist of it. But I would say that as a district, we put a lot more value in the MAP test for a variety of reasons, which is not to say this isn't important, because this gives us a snapshot of how our students are performing compared to other Illinois students and other local districts. But as far as instructional planning, we definitely use the MAP test much more frequently.
Okay. Now, related to that, in looking at the various charts, it seemed that the middle school dropped a little bit more, at least on the IIR, and the map, as you just mentioned, it kind of was a little bit odd.
Mm-hmm.
But why would the middle school drop more at a greater level than the lower grades?
So anything that we're looking at from last year, we have to take with a grain of salt, because the biggest impact in the spring was that some students just didn't test. So when you don't have that full sample size, you really don't know how well your district is performing overall. You know how that particular group of students performed. Okay. So I'll be curious to see in the spring what our scores look like with all of our students testing again, because we really saw a big difference between last spring and this fall when kids were in person.
Okay. I noticed that, or at least if I'm understanding right, fact fluency and your footprints programs are more for the elementary, the 1 through or K through 5. What is being offered for the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to assist them?
Yeah, I think that's sort of ongoing. Our coordinators are meeting with departments at the middle school to talk about plans. Really, I think something to point out is those are teachers that are curriculum experts within that one content area. So they are working very closely with those individual teachers and as a group to develop some plans. There's focus on differentiation in math. There's talk with certain teachers about an instructional strategy utilizing mini lessons to provide carve out time within the instructional block to do some different activities that allow a teacher to differentiate for students that need more support, students that need acceleration. So those are kind of more along the lines of the conversations that are happening at the middle school.
So when would...
Additionally, Becky, isn't intervention services every 5 days a week at the middle schools?
Intervention service for those students, right, that receive intervention, those are 5 days a week, which is more significant than at the elementary level, which tends to be usually 3 days a week.
So if you're still developing the plan, which is, it sounds like you guys are working, when would we expect a plan to be communicated back to us here?
Good question. Probably in line with one of our other assessment reports. Winter will come up fairly quickly. I'm sure.
I'm just thinking because we're coming up to the end of the first semester.
Yeah. Yep.
So to make an impact.
Yeah, and to be honest, this wasn't intended to be like a whole scale. We just chose 2 aspects of planning to bring to you today. So there's no reason why we couldn't bring you something additional during the winter assessment report.
Okay. Well, I think, as this is a major objective of ours to try to return, having more updates on what the progress that's being made or what the plans are, I think would be beneficial, since this is a focus area.
Yeah, no, I mean, we share that value, hopefully as evidenced somewhat by what we brought to you tonight.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, before we move on, I know, Chad, you have a work obligation you have to go to. I have one as well. I have a roll call waiting for me, so I respectfully, and Chad, on your behalf, ask to be excused and turn over to Brian as president. Thank you.
There's no excuse. All right. Any other comments or questions for the assessment update presentation?
Brian, I just wanted to thank the teachers who presented today and all the enthusiasm. The Math Facts is truly the foundation, and so when you talk about math learners, you talked about student engagement, building confidence, especially after the years of the time of remote instruction, and to have your students up there kind of giving the testimonial, that was really powerful. It makes us very happy as school board members to see the students in the classroom engaged and kind of selling the product. So thank you so much for that video and the teachers who put it together. So Amanda, Lisa, Kim, all of you, thank you.
And if I could just add, again, a thanks to our coordinators and to our Department of Student Learning and the teachers that they work with. The board may remember this last summer is when they came and said, these are the resources we believe are research-based and through their proactive work that they felt would have an impact quickly in the classroom. And that would be something our teachers would value. And so they were right on about that, and we appreciate the work they do behind the scenes to get us to this point.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on just the kind of echo what Anisha said, but when we make the decisions here collectively as a group to make these purchases on curriculum, right? It's from a board's perspective to some degree, it's a little bit of a leap of faith, right? Because none of us not many of us are educators, so half of us are anyhow. But point is, when you bring this context, showing, the visuals of what the kids are seeing, what our daughters for me and sons and daughters for others are seeing, makes a huge difference. Because even when we do tour the schools, we don't interrupt your day. We don't come in the classroom. We don't see that investment as immediately. So when you guys come and bring that context and combine it with some analysis, which I know Rich loves. But no, we all do appreciate it, all joking aside. It really kind of validates after the fact, but it reinforces future decisions and directions that were taken. So I just wanted to take a minute to call that out. So thank you. All right, any other? All right, I think we're on to next topic then. Thank you guys once again. On to business and finance. Stacy?
Thank you. It's that time again to talk about our proposed tentative tax levy for 2021. As the board is aware, our property taxes represent the majority of our revenue budget, exceeding about 80% of our revenues comes from this source. So, can I have that, please? Like, how's it going to say? So here we go. As always, just a quick review from the 2020 tax levy. The inflationary increase we used for that levy was 2.3%. We projected new growth of 0.6%. For the first time ever in this district, our new growth exceeded what I anticipated. It was 0.64%. We always do levy more than we project to make sure we capture it all. So we levied an increase of 3.99% in our limited funds, plus our bond and interest. I projected the increase would be closer to 2.91%, and the actual increase was 2.97%. I had anticipated our EAV would increase by 0.6%. Because the assessments were overall reduced, the multiplier was reduced, our actual increase was 0.06%. The formula for determining the dollar amount of our tax levy is based on the prior year extension, which is a given number every year, and then the increase due to the CPI, the inflation factor, and then what we anticipate for new construction, which is the unknown. So I had projected about $394,000 in new construction taxes, and our actual was $430,000. So overall, from what we projected to what we actually came in at was a difference of about $36,000. This chart just shows, is a graphical of where our tax rate has been over the last 10 plus years. So as you can see, the tax rate for 2020 ended up at $3.33 per $100 of EAV, which is about the same tax rate we had kind of in between 2000, kind of the average of 2011 and 2012. You can see the slight incline in the red line in the top graph as the tax rate over the, I guess, 11 years has grown. And then in the bottom graph is the EAV, which you can see that line has the slight decline because the two are inversely related, meaning to make sure we don't get more than that dollar amount calculation I just showed you, it's divided by our total EAV. So if EAV goes down, tax rate goes up, and vice versa. This is a similar kind of chart showing that relationship. So as the EAV percentage increases or decreases, the percentage change in the district tax rate does the exact opposite. So in looking at the tentative levy for 2021, we know that we are limited to an increase of the CPI inflation factor or 5%, whichever is less. CPI for this levy is 1.4%. New growth hasn't been greater than 1% in the past 12 years. I used to say it hasn't been greater than 2%, so it hasn't been greater than 1%. We still levy for more than that to make sure we capture it all because unfortunately we don't get anything that says here is your new growth. We just have to anticipate it. So we'll levy for 1.5% and again project that our new growth will probably be closer to that 0.6%. This chart just shows our new growth. So you can see it kind of trends. It's been less than that 1% for the last number of years. The very last line, you can see overall the change in assessment was a decrease, which then resulted in a very insignificant change in our EAV from the last levy. And then you can also see the CPI and how it's never hit that 5% mark. I think 3% is the highest it's been in the last 12 years. Sorry. So in looking at the 2021 levy, we know we start with our 2020 fixed dollar amount. What was extended last year, the CPI increase of 1.4% is about $925,000. And then levying for an additional 1.5% of just over $1 million. Our projected maximum levy then would be just over $68 million, plus our bond and interest levy of the $4.4 million. So the notice that will go in the newspaper for the community, and what I'm proposing is a tentative levy of $68,256,000 in the limited funds. I do round up because I just don't like not round numbers. Our actual extension last year, again, just over 66 million, so it's actually a levy of 3.3% over last year in the limited funds. And then the bond and interest fund is just slightly less than it was last year, so it's an overall increase of 3.1%. Looking at what we actually anticipate based on that 0.6% only of new growth, I would anticipate that our levy, our extension that will be the dollars we receive will actually be an increase of only 2%, which is the 1.4% CPI plus the 0.6% new growth. And overall, a total increase of 1.9%. So on a average $400,000 home in our community, it's about a $55 increase in our tax bill for a resident. This chart shows you the historical tax extensions. So just to show you that, in fact, if you look at our capped extension, it is always that CPI plus the new property that the increase is based on. If, in fact, every individual property in our entire tax base value stayed exactly the same, then that orange column that says the percent change, that would be exactly what every individual taxpayer saw as an increase on their tax bill. But as we know, there are property value adjustments, there are assessment appeals from both commercial and industrial property. So the makeup of our total tax base values changes amongst our taxpayers, which impacts then what they pay in taxes. So when people say they got a, their increase, maybe it was 10% versus like a 2.9%, well, their property value must have represented a larger percentage of the total pool than it did in a prior year, because in fact, we are only getting the percentages that we're calculating here in our levy, but we don't determine who pays what portion of the total pot, if that makes sense. I did want to show the board. I don't know. It will not. There we go. So over, as we mentioned, that new legislation that passed. So over the last 2020 or 2012 through 2020, this graph shows you that the blue bars represent the total dollar amount of taxes, the extension that I mentioned, that the county clerk collected for District 25 for each of those tax years from our tax base. The little teeny orange bars down at the bottom that are difficult to see, those represent the dollar amount of refunds that were issued that year. But it's important to note, those are refunds for prior year tax bills, but they come out of the current year extension because it depends on when that appeal gets challenged or settled or what have you. So whatever's paid could represent multiple, we can get appeals going back 10 years still that are just getting settled now that we're we're paying. The orange line then shows you what taxes were actually distributed to us from what was collected by the county clerk. So the difference between the top of the blue bar and the orange line in each year represents the amount of refunds that were issued to taxpayers. If all property values were set appropriately, where no appeals existed, that we would get our full extension because there'd be no future refunds. The makeup, if your property was assessed at the right level, and maybe it should have been lower, but if it was assessed lower during the right tax year, then it just would have shifted that pot, as I mentioned before, in terms of what each property's share of the whole pie represented. But because it happens after the fact, there's no, it's just automatically taken out of our current year dollars, and there's no shifting for that particular year. Eventually in the future, that tax appeal assessment will catch up and be current. So this is the issue that school districts throughout the state have had over a number of years, that legislation is attempting to address. So as you can see, we probably on average issue over the last number of years, probably average about $1 million a year in refunds out of current dollars that we don't get. Again, I'll address that legislation more in detail once I know more at the next meeting. With that, I would anticipating publishing our notice in the paper. Well, it's scheduled to go in the paper for November 30th to meet the legal requirements. Because we're not exceeding a 5%, more than a 5% levy, we're not required to follow tax cap law. We're not required to do any kind of hearing, but as always, we always do a public hearing to give our community the opportunity to speak with the adoption at the next December meeting.
All right, who's got tax questions? Come on. Nobody?
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Greg.
All right. Stacy, just a couple questions, and you're so great at explaining all of these. So I wanted to highlight a couple things that I think, are important when the layperson is looking at this and might go, wait, what is that? Absolutely. So could you explain, again, probably, but why submitting a levy at a higher rate is not detrimental to the taxpayer?
Absolutely, because the county clerk, when they go to extend the taxes, they have those limitations, they have that formula. We could levy for 100% increase. We could levy for a 50% increase. We're only entitled to that CPI increase and that new growth. So once they knew what that new growth is, CPI is established, was established last January because it's the prior year inflation rate. The county clerk is the one that will only, they do the calculation, they will only extend out to the taxpayer the addition of CPI plus that new growth.
Mm-hmm. And then, so conversely, could you explain the potential negative impact for our school district if we submitted a levy that, that didn't, well, it was lower because...
so we didn't maximize.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a good question. As I mentioned, over 80% of our revenue comes from property taxes. The tax cap is already limiting us as we see. It's on average, if you look at the last 10 years, the average is about 1.8%. We know our expenditures grow faster than 1.8%. So if we didn't access our full amount of that tax levy, so the 1.4% and the new growth, not only do we lose those dollars this year, but since the tax levy is based on what was extended in the prior year, Whatever we lose this year is cumulatively out into the future forever. And because certainly if the CPI was at a range where it could meet the, when you look at utility costs and teacher contracts and healthcare costs, I mean, all of those things that are, contracts we have and costs we have, not all of which we can control, certainly they don't stick to the same exact CPI inflationary rate. So school budgets are already basically built as a structural deficit, and it's just figuring out a way to manage that and minimize the impact and try to balance those funds.
And then just one last question on slide 8. You at the bottom you pull out the the $4 million plus bond and interest, and I remember you and I had a conversation early in my tenure here about what that meant. Can you briefly, why is that pulled out as a different item, a separate item?
Yep. So the tax cap, because debt in and of itself, you have to have a debt service extension base to issue debt. The debt service extension base was established through referendum by this community in 2005-06, right before I came here. So, and then you sell bonds, which we did for all our building additions, or maybe you sell bonds to fund capital projects, what have you. It gives you the capacity to do those $3, $4, $5, $6, $7 million projects that isn't a typical operating cost. And those levies then are set when you issue bonds. So if the bond levy fell under the tax cap, it would impact the revenue you get for all of your other operations. So the bond levy has never been part of the capped amount that you get because it's set, again, already through referendum and already through bond issues.
Great. And just, again, thank you for explaining. There's a lot to, to absorb, and you're so great at doing
No,
that.
I
So
appreciate you asking, because I don't know that what I say is comprehensible. I get it.
The charts help.
Mr. Vice President. Greg, are you done? I'm good. Okay. Stacey, I just want to hone in on something as you were talking to Greg. Knowing that our budgets are predominantly salary, right? So it's our 80% or some large number is our salary. So to your point, though, that the overall budget is in a deficit, but that's only true if those salaries are continuing to grow. So as more tenured staff retires and less tenured staff are hired, that should create a gap or a delta that would either level out or show a decrease in that. So, if we're looking at trending over the last few years, as we retire folks, why are we not seeing, that decrease so that our levy is potentially smaller?
Right. So it's our budget is about 80%. It's salary and benefits. So that means pension, which we don't control, like our IMRF pension rate. It's health insurance, dental insurance, vision insurance. It's those costs, and those costs are also dependent on enrollment in the plans, which we have seen in the last at least couple of years, an increase in participation in our plan, likely due to the number of people maybe who aren't working at this point for a variety of reasons due to COVID. And then when we negotiate salaries, none of the our teacher's contract and our custodial maintenance contract, we don't settle them at 1% salary increases. When we negotiate, we know that the turnover is going to happen. That's how we're able to afford salaries higher than CPI, which is because, our teachers right now on the salary schedule get a 3% or 3.5% or 3% increase. Well, that's paid for partially by CPI, but the rest of it's paid for by the turnover in the teachers' staffing. That's why it doesn't go down. We have a balanced budget. outside of our capital projects. That's our problem. We do align our revenues and our expenditures, but we've been paying capital projects out of our operating funds, other than the big additions, for years.
So really then, as our less tenured staff gets more tenure, because 3% on a higher number is a larger number, we're going to have an issue or a challenge in the future years, right? Because if we're keeping on exceeding, it's just like you said, it's deficit spending. If we're exceeding more than we're taking in, and the number of our retirees go down, right? Because they're retiring, and the number of younger, less tenured folks increases, we're going to get into an area where we're upside down again.
If we see that happen, yes. Historically, outside, the end of this past year, we had a huge number, largest since I've been here. But our numbers of turnover of teachers has prior to that, been pretty stable on average. Yeah, you might have one year you have a couple more retire, but then the next year might have a couple less leave or retire. So other than this was a big year, but it's 40 or something teachers out of 400 and something.
No,
so it's
maybe
10%. It's not, you don't have 50 or 90% of your teachers all leaving.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is the average tenure rate, let's look at it that way, right, is shifting down. So as it shifts down, right, because you have more people have retired that have a lot of tenure, okay, right? So they have a lot of tenure. Let's say they have 27 years, right? And you're now hiring someone who has 1 year. Okay, so your average tenure or even median tenure is going down. Right?
I'd have to do the math.
Okay.
Because if 10 people every year leave and 10 new people come in, but those 10 people every year are also gaining a year of experience. So it's just shifting it up. And we do have, our salary schedule doesn't go on infinitum. It does have a cap with a longevity stipend of 1%. Right. So it's teachers, our salary schedule, off the top of my head, I think was 27 steps, but our teachers they're staying beyond 27 years. 35 is the pension max, so they may be getting a 1% increase once they cap out, which helps balance it as well.
Okay.
All right. Any other exciting tax questions? I see you're ready to hit the button. No? Okay. Closing statements?
I do, well, only because I forgot to mention it during the Ed Red. We were told at the Ed Red meeting that the Cook County Board of Review has not opened any of the assessment appeals for the tax year 2021. They're behind. At this time last year, they had 19 out of 38 of their townships open for the reassessment. They haven't opened any out of 38. Which means last year, at this time, they had 19 out of 38 open, and tax bills this year, because of that, were due October 1st. Typically, they're due August 1st. Based on that, we were suggested to anticipate that our second installment, so the fall installment of 2022, may not come till December of 2022 or possibly January of 2023. Because the tax bills won't go out until all those townships are open and the reassessment's done. So just...
Don't spend the reserve.
I was just going to say, on the bright side, we're fortunate to have a reserve to help.
Yes, and that was my exact thought. I thought, holy cow.
Yeah, because we talked about lowering it.
We did.
All right. Wow.
Ready for a ride.
Yeah.
Because then you get a bill in January 23 and then March of 23.
Then you're going to get another one in like March, April.
Yeah.
Until they try to shift it back. All right. Renton's looking better and better, is it? Any other questions?
If there aren't any other questions, Mr. Vice President, I wanted to Recommend that the Board of Education.
Oh, we got to switch. You're on the next one. Thank you. I appreciate your excitement. So we'll move on to item number B, workers' compensation insurance renewal for the calendar year 2022, and it is an action item.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Vice President, I recommend that the Board of Education approve Illinois Public Risk Funds as the provider of the workers' compensation insurance for calendar year 2022 at a cost of $399,014.
Second.
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, Rich. Stacy?
Yep, so as the board is aware, we are part of a pool for our workers' compensation insurance. So the renewal this year, I did submit a projected payroll increase because unfortunately it's a calendar year and our salaries are fiscal year. I did submit a projected payroll increase of 3%. Our renewal came in at an increase of 4.32%, so that would be a combination of that projected payroll increase plus based on our claims experience. And I did include a chart of our claims, our premium versus our claims, including the reserves. And we're still, because they look at the last 5 years, we still have a couple years of claims exceeding premiums built in there. Into that 5 average. So based on that, I was actually pleased that our increase wasn't higher than 4% because we were told to expect in the double digits in all categories of insurance back in the spring.
Any comments or questions? We just got lucky that the claims went down that much from 1819 to 1920, really.
Well,
right?
lucky
Just...
or COVID.
Well, that's true. It's hard to justify. All right, no other comments? All right, can we take it to a vote, Lana?
Member Faso?
Yes.
Member Scapalato?
Yes.
Member Olenichak?
Yes.
Member Patel?
Yes.
Member Cherniglia?
Yes. All right, what are we down to here? 5? Vote passes 5-0. Moving on to item C, an amendment to the COVID-19 testing support agreement with the Board of Trustees at U of I. This is another action item.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, Anisha.
I recommend that the Board of Education approve the amendment to the COVID-19 testing support agreement with the Board of Trustees of the University of Illinois.
Thank you, Anisha. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Greg. All right, Stacy.
When the board passed the original testing agreement this fall, I actually didn't even realize it was only on a calendar year basis because I had anticipated that it would be a full year program. So SHIELD did reach out and just put forth this amendment that simply extends that December 31st date through June 30th of 2022. It simply allows us to keep using them to do the SHIELD testing and participate with them. As in the original agreement, we have a 30-day notice of termination with for no cause. So if we find that our participation drops significantly once students start getting vaccinated or for any other reason, we can certainly submit that notice and pull out, or they may even want to pull out depending on the numbers. But at this point, we are still have about 1,700 individuals enrolled in the program.
All right, any comments or questions on the SHIELD testing?
Just a quick question. So we're getting reimbursed, or is it a direct charge out for this?
There's no cost to us. It's all funded by the government. No money moves from us.
All right, so let's take that one to a vote. There's no other comments or questions. Lana?
Member Scapalato?
Yes.
Member Olenichak?
Yes.
Member Patel?
Yes.
Member Cherniglia?
Yes.
Member Faso?
Yes.
All right. Vote
Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 11, facilities management. We have a 5-year facilities budget update from Ryan Schultz. It's been a while.
Yeah, hello. I'm over here. Good evening. Yes, I'm here to present the 5-year facilities capital plan. I present this each year kind of to project what we would expect to spend on facilities over the next 5 years. Base this on a number of things. Our priorities are always safety and mandatory, all the way down to enhancements that are aesthetic in nature. So we look at our projects and try to focus on critical infrastructure that are either safety and mandatory or really going to extend the life of our facilities. So again, these are just used as like guiding principles when we're deciding which projects we're going to put forth on an annual basis. Here are the top building needs. Again, this is definitely not all inclusive. This is just the number of projects that I would say are our top needs at each of the buildings. I presented this first in 2018, so I've removed some of the projects that have been completed in that time frame, but continue to put projects that are critical to each building on here. I just highlighted a couple that we're projecting to come up this year. Dryden Elementary School, we're looking to redo some of the parking lot on the north side of the building, including some ADA accessibility and concrete work. That project is projected to be a partnership with the Park District, since they have a shared parking lot in that area as well, and they want to do their parking lot. So we're looking to do a joint project to make sure we're coordinating the construction work and not driving over work that each other is doing. So we're looking to get that done in 2022 on air handler replacement at Ivy Hill and some work at Westgate. The Westgate work, you will see I presented 2 scenarios for the capital plan for next year, just based on where we're at with the kindergarten conversation. That Westgate potentially could need additional spaces for kindergarten, for full day kindergarten, if that would go forward at some point. So just based where we're at right now in the conversation of full day kindergarten, I did present 2 different plans where the work would go ahead in the existing building at Westgate next summer, and then one scenario where we'd hold it off a year until we'd have a full understanding of where kindergarten would be going forward, if there was an addition or not. I believe it can be held off, so there is an opportunity to do that. But again, I just want to put that out there, that that's why there are 2 scenarios of the 5-year plan coming up here. Again, I'm not going to read through all of the other ones, but again, there's a varying degree of items from roofing, plumbing, HVAC, electrical items that are included for each of the buildings. So going into the first scenario, scenario number 1, again, the cost will remain the same across that 5-year period, but again, just where it plays out in the years that we do the construction work. This one is heavy in year 2022 to complete the Westgate work that is guided by galvanized piping into the classrooms, restroom spaces, finish upgrades, LED lighting, kind of the whole gamut of upgrades at that building, similar to what we did at Patton last summer. So just kind of refreshing the building, guided by galvanized piping, since we do have to open up the majority of the ceilings. There's a lot of other work that we can do at that same time to get the building up to an enhanced level. So again, our first year in 2022, really looking to get that stuff done at Westgate based on our current projections. 2023, we begin to get heavier into roofing projects across the district, some flooring work across the district at South Middle School, Ivy Hill, Dryden, and additional site paving work across multiple buildings, including South, Patton, and Dunton, here on the west parking lot. 2024, we begin to get into more plumbing work at Rand and Dunton. Dunton, again, has galvanized piping throughout the building that we need to address, including some restroom finishes that are original to the building that have not been updated since the 1960s. So that work would have to be done in the near future. $1.4 million in roofing work and an additional $1.2 million in HVAC work across the district. In 2025, we're looking to complete some plumbing renovations at Ivy Hill Elementary School that weren't done during the renovation projects in 2016. So getting back to that building after several years after getting updated. So coming back to it after a couple of years to get some things done that weren't done then. Dryden restroom renovations, a couple of the restrooms don't have their finishes redone. We do believe that we have all the galvanized piping out of that building, but again, some of the restroom finishes are still dated and would need to be updated at that building. Thomas air handlers. There's approximately 7 or 8 air handlers at the building that were put in 1996 that are getting towards the end of their life. So we're projecting them right now to be in 2025. And again, anything out 2 to 3 to 5 years, we were always looking where we're going to flex that, right? So we're always looking to be accurate for the 1 to 2 years. And after that, we're using projections based on analysis of how old the equipment is, how much work we're putting into it, things like that. So once we get out to years 3 to 5, it's projections, and we do move things around as we get closer to make sure that we're budgeting appropriately. And then 2026, we're looking to do continued LED improvements at Windsor, including ceilings and other replacements at that building. So this is the exact same amount of money that we'd be dealing with, but just moving it around to push the Westgate repairs to 2023. So on the second bullet point, you'll see that we're moving up the Greenbrier boilers, some roofing projects, south flooring, Patton Dutton South parking lots, Dutton Minor security cameras, Patton Windsor EFIS work, which is the stucco on the outside of the building, and then masonry tuck point and telecenters to offset some of that cost. You'll see that the costs obviously don't level out because some of the work we don't need to start until 2023, or some of the projects are like a minor window replacement project that we won't have the funds built up with minor NSSEO to start that project until 2023. So that's why some of the cost does not level out as much as we would have hoped to, but that's just a projection right now. So bringing down the cost next year to about 4.4, and then the spike of the following year to do the Westgate projects that we've been projecting for several years now. This slide is just a summary of the projects by trade. On the left one is the actual 5-year, all the projects, and the amounts that will be spent by trade. I bundle the plumbing project. If it's guided by plumbing, I get that as a special project plumbing. So that's why that yellow bar or yellow pie piece on the left side is so large. That is the work at Westgate, but that's all inclusive of all the work because it's a bundled project. Whereas like an HVAC project might be just a direct HVAC project. And then also on the right side, the actual buildings that we're going to be projecting cost at. As you can see, again, to the right is Westgate, the blue bar. This is using scenario number 1, where 2022 would be the year the work would occur at Westgate, and where we project currently some of the costs that would be occurring across the district at each of the buildings. One thing I do want to highlight is Olive Mary State is relatively low right now. That's partially because we did have those renovations several years ago, and we did get updated on a lot of the critical infrastructure, galvanized piping, roofing. So we're in a pretty good spot there right now for the next couple of years. This is an analysis I did a couple years ago now, so I updated it. So you can see on the blue bars are our projected capital plan, what I just showed you as scenario number 1. On the red bars are what a projected model for our capital spend would be across the district. Again, it's taking all of our infrastructure and replaceable parts and determining how much we theoretically should be spending each year on these items to stay up to date with our capital spend. Currently, the projection is about $6.5 million. As you can see, we're overspending and underspending. The average turns out to be fairly close right now to the $6.5 million that is projected. That's just unique, I guess, that it's turning out that way, but it is showing that our deferred maintenance costs are starting to build, and we are needing to get closer to that number to stay up to speed with the projects that are coming down the line. The next item we need to consider is financing and how we continue to fund these projects. Right now, some of it is coming out of the annual budget. We do need to discuss a bond issuance potentially in the future or other financing options to maintain our fund balance. Stacy's discussed before and some other meetings that we've had. So we will continue to discuss these, and we need to make decisions on these in the near future on how we will continue to finance capital projects for the district. Other exploratory options that we do not currently have in the budget, again, potential full-day kindergarten, I just want to make that clear that there are no costs included in that budget right now for anything related to a full-day kindergarten program. We do have 2 gymnasiums left that would need to have air conditioning yet to get up to the district standard. Westgate would be in the renovation projects because of the gym renovations that would occur, but Greenbrier would still need to have their gym updated just with air conditioning. The gym finishes in that are pretty up to our level, but the HVAC equipment at the gym would need to be upgraded. Flexible learning spaces that continues to get brought up at strategic plan, that was in the previous strategic plan, is looking at flexible spaces and furniture. So we do want to continue to do that. Right now, we would probably want to hold on that just based on the current configuration and flexibility that we need for the classroom setups. So that will definitely need to be brought up in the near future. LED lighting upgrades is a great opportunity when we can for efficiency and cost savings. So we'd want to continue looking at those. That is just a high-level number to complete the rest of the district. Building automation system upgrades, we do need to put money in this year. I do have $300,000 in initial money coming up for 2022 for upgrades to the building automation system. Again, it's a computer-based system, so software and hardware updates would be needed this year. And that's guided on, it's at the end of life from Siemens, and then also server compatibility also needs to be upgraded as well. So it's a dual need that we do need to go and upgrade the building automation system. Sorry, and then I think the bullet got messed up there for number 6, and that's just classroom door hardware that we would keep reviewing for classroom security and upgrades for how the Keen system that works right now. We're adequate, just the newer hardware we put on is a little bit different for security, so we want to keep looking at that for classroom hardware security functionality. I always like to put this in here just as a reference point on what a new construction replacement cost may be for each of the buildings, so you can tell if a building is starting to get closer to that, that we would want to be looking at more of a replacement. Again, we've talked about this. We currently don't see that amount of spend at each particular building or a particular building to validate a new replacement building for any of these. So again, the best practice right now would be continuing to fund capital projects and staying up with the projects that are being identified for needed. And then this is just an industry chart taking into account manpower, labor costs, materials, all those types of things into the cost index of where the construction costs have gone in the last 10 years or so. As you can see this year, there is a sharp rebound from last year after the pandemic lowered the expected cost last year. We're projecting again for 2021 this year to end up at about 5.5% to 6%, and that'll play out throughout the end of the year. But again, that's taking into account material costs, supply chain issues right now. That number may be even going a little bit higher than that. But just wanted to keep showing that on an annual basis, it's been averaging around 5% increase of construction costs for across the construction industry. Hold on 1 second here. Where do I have to point this? Is that the last one? Sorry, I thought there was one closing thing. So in closing, we do have a number of projects that we have slated for 2022 related to Westgate and various other projects. The big decision on what I will need to bring to you at the next meeting for final approval is a complete list. Again, I would like your input on if you'd like to guide me to hold off on Westgate, include Westgate. I can bring both plans that have both scenarios. So I think that's a discussion point for tonight on that. And then any other questions you may have on projects or capital projects coming up in the near future.
All right. Anybody want to get us started? Greg?
Sure. Thank you, Ryan. One question, a comment and a question. Slide 6, where you break out the sums by building. I love that chart, and wondering if you could then also, for lack of a better term, invert that, meaning, I think it's slide 4, where you had, could the time graph include the building, info? Like, so 2022, we would see how the buildings shape up within that.
Yeah, so you're looking for the 5 years, you want the building costs, how those project out over the 5 years.
Yeah, you see the different colors for the different buildings built within there.
Yep.
Yeah. Now you talked about, we try to be super accurate, 1 to 2 years, and then the 3 to 5, there's some play. Is there benefit, or do you look farther than that, like 7, 10, 15, like so that there's no, 6 boiler systems have to come up. How did we land there? Do you look that far, or is it not instructive
Yeah, you're losing accuracy. Yeah, we know the life of our boilers, right? So we know the age and life. So once we get past about 5 years, we're placing it kind of in a placeholder column for cost. But then we do know the life cycle, how much work we're doing. So we always know where we're starting to look past that. Again, if we're starting to see something between the 5 and 10 year range, we're putting a cost out there in that range in the side where we're not presenting that obviously right now. But I do have it tracked. So I have it up to about 10 years.
Yeah.
After that, I mean, you're really, hit or miss, because a piece of equipment might fail quicker, it might last longer. So that's why, again, up to the 10-year mark is probably a good spot. 5 is very good, but then 10 is probably about the limit of where we'd want to be on that.
Okay. And then to go back to the financing, the slide 8, and maybe this is to you, Dr. Bine, or, this slide in different forms has come up for years. And even this year, I've heard at our table here, some squidginess in terms of how are we going to approach this? And we know that the strategic plan committee is taking this on. I would like some more security on when we're going to tackle this, because it's been in 1 to 2 years we're going to have to talk. Now in 1 year, and now we're here, and so I believe everybody wants to address it, but let's be crystal clear on how, and if we can, when, and I don't mean it has to be in here in this meeting, but pretty quick here, so that it just doesn't get kicked down the road. So
Yeah, thank you.
There was a question in there.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the answer is we'll be bringing to you very soon financing options for those capital projects.
Okay. I think that was it. And then I think the last question for you, Ryan, it was in slide 9, number 4, the LED lighting upgrades. Are there, with that project or other efficiency projects, like when would that pay for itself over X amount of time? I mean, we know it's more efficient, but is there an advantage to pulling that forward so that our day-to-day costs are lower, or the project pays for itself in 5 years?
Yeah, the incentives aren't huge, right? There is a small offset just on incentives to start with, so that does bring the initial cost down. The ROI is showing out to be probably in the 6 to 8 year range on some of these lighting projects. It's again, with our financial situation, it's a huge capital outlay to put towards that right now and neglect other areas. So again, if we could get creative in funding some of those projects and not neglect HVAC, roofing, and other critical infrastructure, I think it would make sense. A 6 to 8 year ROI isn't too bad. One thing I do want to say, though, is what we're seeing is, we're having improvement in LED, but we're having an increase in technology. So our overall energy bill is staying fairly consistent, even with the LED improvements. We've been doing retro commissioning on our HVAC system, so trying to tune those out as best as we can. And there hasn't been a huge increase in load on the HVAC side. So the last thing we're really looking at is technology, right? So there is an increase in technology across the district. So our energy bills, kilowatt hours, have been staying fairly consistent, even though we've been implementing pretty big LED projects on certain spots.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, Gina.
Ryan, from a financing perspective, you've kind of smoothed out the line here and said that our average investment into our facilities needs to come out somewhere around $6.6 million. From an overall perspective, and Dr. Bine, this would probably come to you as well, when we look at this financing and the approaches to this financing, if we can take a third view, so one would be option 1, one would be option 2, and one would be option 3. If we could smooth that line, since some of this is coming out of our operating budget now, what does that represent? What can that represent? What should that represent? And then what is our plus or minus that we would have to look at alternative financing on? Just so that we have the different options, because some of these projects potentially could span multiple calendar years, right? So you could take some of these bigger buckets of money and say, okay, I can smooth this line a little bit based on when I start and when I stop my projects. And the reality of it is that smoother line may be able to be more palatable to us as a district if we could say that we're just going to, hypothetically, draw the line at that $6.6 million annual investment, and here's the funding of it, and here's how then it lays out in long-term planning.
So I think I'll let Stacy speak to that because she can speak to that a little bit better and how it relates to fund balance overall, because she's studied that a little bit on how, like, what our limit would be on operating expenses compared to what we need to bond. So I think Stacy.
And I'll also quickly jump in and say part of the order of items that Ryan put together also relates to economy of scale, right? So we can get our best bids if we group some of these things together. Otherwise, if we try to go with a flat line, that flat line could be higher in the end because we'd be paying more by not grouping some projects together.
And I want to clarify, because I think I now am hearing two different things. So, Ryan, the $6,573,000, what I believe that's what we should be spending based on useful lives of everything. You kind of laid that out and said, over 5 years, here's what we should be spending. But I think what I'm hearing Gina's understanding is you took the total 36 million and just evened it out, which.
No, that's not that. Sorry, the red, I think it was red, right?
Yeah. Slide 7.
Yeah, so the red line is just a calculation. It has nothing to do with the actual plan, or it's looking at all of our assets, right? And saying, if a boiler's got 30-year life, how much is the overall asset value and dividing it by 30? And coming up with a value that we theoretically should spend on boiler replacements each year. So that's, additional. So it's taking all those items on that right side, figuring out what the overall value of that asset is, the replacement value of that asset is, and dividing it out by how many ever years of life there is. So right now, the capital spend model that does is saying that we should be spending about $6.5 million across the district to maintain or replace the items that we should, right? So it's not, I'm not taking the $32 million and dividing it by 5. That's not how that red line was devised. It's actually by looking at our assets and figuring out what a theory should be. And again, that's a straight line theory. It's not overly complicated, but it does give you a good picture on a large district like this on about how much you should be, as a benchmark, should be spending on an annual basis. So I just want to clear, does that clear up that side of it at least?
Yes.
Okay.
But getting back to Gina's point, though, I think having that view would be important, because then it's a cash flow problem. Then it's a cash flow. Because if we're basically budgeting, let's just say 6.5 a year, then it's just a cash flow problem to enable, grouping of things. Because one year, yeah, you could spend 10 million. The other year, you could spend 3 to group them. Yep. But the key would be to model out what's your targeted spend, what's the operational hit against that. Because, at some point, and I was going to bring this up, at some point, you can't bond yourself or continue to be bonding yourself, right? Or maybe you can, I don't know. But that would be a thought process is, are we going to be just continually bonding to pay for things? That's, maybe, I don't know. But that's something to kind of think about and look at. So the 3 options, I think, would be a good.
Right, plus you have to depreciate off all your capital expenditure anyway. So if, in theory, you get your offset, then you should be able to find almost more of that smooth air to level set some things. I had one other question, Stacy, this is for you. If we had to do a bond issuance, can you provide some feedback on timing requirements in order to get something like that together? When would we have to make decisions if we needed the bond issuance to cover, I believe it was slide 4 on that?
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, slide 4, the scenario 1 with that larger outlay of cash for 2022.
Yeah, I actually have been looking, investigating. A part of some of what we're looking at too, though, is what is the strategic planning committee going to come forward with, and what about the full day kindergarten piece? If that's a piece of this, certainly Certainly, we have the capacity under our current debt limit to do bonds to cover the cost of this plan. I believe we actually have into next year to do that. I think we have till May, if I'm recalling my conversation from last week correctly. Because working cash bonds, you can actually, as long as the board would pass a resolution, we did it with the first set of bonds we did for air conditioning, you can do a resolution to reimburse. So as long as we do that before we started spending any money on projects we're going to fund through bonds, then once we sold the bonds, we could reimburse ourselves for the cost we paid from operating funds to start. So it is, as Dr. Bine said, it is something we anticipate bringing in the very near future to the board.
All right. Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I have both. So Ryan, I think, as the board goes into the buildings, it is very apparent how much hard work you put into the buildings. They look beautiful. And all the spaces, like even when we're at Westgate, it's one of our largest schools, but there's so much, the students are so comfortable and spaced out, so that's great. And even we saw, being in the buildings, we saw like the flexible learning spaces and how well that works and how comfortable our students are and how that maximizes learning for them. So it's been really great to see these different configurations. So thank you for that. I do want to say, like, for instance, and I'm glad that you're thinking about this full-day kindergarten options, like a building like Westgate, like our principal said, it's kind of maxed out, right? So as we think about full-day kindergarten, how does this look? And even small things like as you look at these buildings, one of the things I noticed was that Westgate doesn't have a teacher's lounge, and the teachers are really gracious. They're using their classrooms, which is great. But as a former teacher, I can say it's important for teachers to have that community building and recharge, and that have a lounge where they could recharge. So as you look at full-day kindergarten and everything, somewhere where we can give our teachers a comfortable space to recoup at lunchtime.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Rich, go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, just a couple more questions.
Sure.
As we're doing that 6.5-year view, I wonder, and I know looking at slide, what was this, slide 10, where you talked about the replacement cost of one of those. To me, if 6.5 is our targeting for the current structures, I'm just wondering, is evaluating that 6.5 against this new construction replacement cost something that now would need to come into play? Our buildings are vast majority, early to mid 50s, 60s, except for, obviously south. But at that point, if we're willing to invest 6.5, I would think building a brand new building, consolidating maybe two buildings into one or doing something of that nature, it balances out very quickly here in terms of time for repayment. Because the mass that you're looking at over the time period.
Yeah, and I've been doing, they're called facility condition index, and all it is doing is taking all your replacement costs, your current replacement costs, and dividing it by the replacement cost of the building. So the industry standard is about 0.2, so it's 20% of the cost that you have in the next couple of years would be of the overall percentage of the replacement cost. So 0.2 is kind of the industry standard. Once you get above 0.2, you're starting to look at things like, yeah, maybe we need to start looking at a full replacement. Once you get to 0.5, I mean, when you're at half the cost, I mean, it's time to start looking. Some of the initial assessments I've done on that, we're right around the 0.2 on some of these buildings. But that would definitely be something we'd have to look at more, as you're saying. Would it be more economical to consolidate a building, build one new, consolidate, and go from there? So I see where you're going with that. But off the top of my head, I don't see us at that point yet, but again, it's this analysis we can run.
Yeah, I would think if we're doing more of a long, and maybe it's part of the strategic plan, if they're doing more than just because that's really more than a 5-year look, potentially.
Yeah, that's going to be a master plan.
Right, and that's where you're starting to look at that over time. Maybe just to circle back and level set, the capital spend for this year was how much, or roughly? I'm just thinking roughly.
summer, the capital spend was 3-something.
3.4, I think we project 3.4.
And how much of that came out of operating budget versus
All of it.
bonds? So all of it came out
The
of
bond
operating, no
proceeds were all
bond payment
spent,
on it and
correct.
everything like that. So if, just for then discussion purposes here, then if 3 number is a rough number, right? Meaning a stable number that we can afford in our budget. The question really becomes is where do we get, if we need 6.5, where do we get that other 3.5? Right? So again, if 3 is a number that we could afford this year, whether it be comfortably or uncomfortably, then likely next year we can at least afford 3, right?
I will,
Yeah,
sorry,
I mean,
Stacy.
we have fund balance, so we could actually afford 7 or 8. It's a question of if we funded all of this out of fund balance in the next 5 years, our fund balance goes well below 40%.
No, that's what I mean. So if everything came out of, the 3 million came out of operating, we didn't go out of our fund balance, or did we? Did we?
No, it came out of fund balance. We have a balanced budget. At this point, our deficit is 100% due to capital projects.
Okay, so it didn't come out of operating, it really came out of fund balance.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because operating
revenue-
would be revenue, you take the revenue and things of that nature. So we're really operating on a deficit. We can't afford, out of normal revenue coming in, we can't afford our capital spend.
Correct.
Yeah, and also, it was a few years ago, the board kind of had a similar conversation and kind of made the decision that let's fund our capital outlay out of our fund balances for now, knowing that, like you said, Greg, we got to have a new conversation. And so we, even over the last few years, spent less than the 6 million that we felt we should do on an annual basis and pushed some projects up, knowing that so we weren't totally taking so much out of our fund balance and trying to stay at that fund balance percentage that the board has set as a goal, knowing that when we got to this point, we need to talk about, are we going to continue to deplete that fund balance, or are we going to look at another way of funding projects?
And just to add on, our fund balance was above 80%. We are now down to that in the 60% range, which is where the question then, with a minimum fund balance goal of 60%, anything above that, we had made that decision in the past to continue to spend down some of those dollars, but now we're getting to that point where we need to have that conversation.
Mr. Vice President,
Yes, correct.
And Stacy, you had mentioned this, I just don't remember if it was at a public session or a conversation, so I want to bring it up. You said if we continue basically as we are, and I believe you said 40% was your floor in terms of how far we could go down to fund balances?
40% would be up until what I learned last Friday. I had become more comfortable going down to a 40% because tax bills have, for the last 10 years, been coming in reasonably. But now it's late this year, and now with next year, 40%, fund balances as of June 30. And our tax revenue comes in 2 chunks. So if we don't get 40 or 50% of our revenue in the fall, we have to pay from July 1 through whenever that tax money comes in. If it doesn't come in till January, we have 6 months, which is half a year. It's 50%. We need to have at least 50% in the bank.
Yeah.
And that leaves 0. So then you gotta, that's why we were at 60.
Yeah. Prior to this new information, you had set a horizon of like 5 years, until we hit that floor, but now it's even sooner given this new information, right?
With these capital projects costs, we'll get below the 40% in 5 years.
Yeah, so the floor you're spending more, your need for a higher fund balance has grown. Not because you're spending more, but your delayed payments of your revenue coming in are not going to offset one another now.
Correct.
You need more of a fund balance.
Much more.
Yeah, it's a
from it
cash
than we
flow
ever
problem.
had.
It's paying our bills for 6 months with what we have sitting in the bank.
So Ryan, you had mentioned conversation around the difference between the 2 plans, not extending, but
delaying Westgate was probably the biggest part of that. Did you want to get more of a pulse or more conversation going
Yeah, any
tonight
feedback
around
you can
that?
have, again, I can bring both detailed plans to the next meeting or whenever will be for approval, if you want that then, or if you would like to discuss it a little bit further now, that I'm open to that, but again, at some point, the decision will have to be made.
Yeah,
So
that's
I could,
right.
again, bring the two plans or discuss it now to give me a little bit, or,
Do we need the plans
Well, I think.
more so than
Well-
just the notion of deferring? I mean, we already know that the deference would be whatever,
I think.
4 or 3 million, right?
I kind of think we need the kindergarten plan, or whatever we're calling that plan, because it falls into the whole piece. It's a complicated piece, because then we need the financing plan. And so, if you're asking us, just maybe saying it differently, I don't think we can make a decision in one sitting.
Oh,
Because
for
we
sure
need
not.
to understand the kindergarten plan, that will then drive decisions, which will then, we'll need to say, well, how do we then fund those decisions? Because based on what we've just talked about today, one way or the other, we're short on cash in the future. Not maybe right today, we can still write it, but in the future, we're short on cash because of a capital plan and a variety of other reasons.
So Ryan, do we bring this back at the December meeting? Is that when we-
typically, right, the next meeting.
Kindergarten, a lot of kindergarten information, I mean, we do need to bring both of those scenarios then from a facilities capital outlay perspective at the same time.
Yeah, and I just want to caution, at a minimum, we at least need to get going with design on some of these, December, January. So we need to make some decisions quickly, at least on the capital side. Again, if it's scaled back or what, we want to look at that. Again, just because we bid it doesn't mean we have to award it. So you do have another stopgap there to come and decline it because of whatever reasons that you want. So again, we could go out to bid, and then again, we could get to a point where we could decline the project because of financing reasons or wherever it comes up to be. So, but just to get the projects going in the current market conditions, I think we still want to get on designing and getting them out to bid early in 2022. So,
Mr. Vice President, so in advance of that potentially December discussion, then, is there I don't know how to say, but is there a downside to scenario 2 with the delay? Only to give us the space to make a decision, because that would leave options open for what, the kindergarten impact, how we finance. I'm not saying to make the decision now, I just want.
I don't see a delay. That's why I made that scenario the way I did, is I picked projects that wouldn't be impacted by additions or renovations, more outdoor things. We have some scenarios already for potential kindergarten locations, so we took that into account. Yeah, I don't see a downfall in going forward with those projects. Again, I'll scrub them again before I present them and make sure that we would be pretty confident that they wouldn't be impacted by any kindergarten additions or renovation type things.
Yeah, obviously, I think the kindergarten has just got to be a flat-out separate
Yes,
scenario,
yes.
right?
So Ryan, what I heard you just say is there's not a downside to scenario 2.
No, not right now. Again, I will, before I bring the full list, I'll rescrub it and make sure that I don't see anything, but that's the reason we put it together the way I did.
Ryan, just for, again, discussion phase, we talked about 6.5, and even these scenarios being, these are your best recommendations or what you feel is needed. What's the minimum?
Oh, I don't know what that minimum is. That's subjective. I mean, it just depends on what level you want to put in your buildings going forward. I think that it's the $6.5 million on some years might be too much, and some years you can really scale it back. I mean, it is flexing, right? We're trying to hit the right times when these assets are due. Just use a roof as an example, right? You want to hit right where you're not getting leaks, but you don't want to, let it go too far and you're just leaking everywhere. So it's a balancing act. I can't tell you what the minimum is. I don't know. We're using our best information to come up with a plan, and that's what I'm putting forward. It is based on that.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Gina.
I want to shift gears back to something Dr. Bine said. Dr. Bine, if we get the kindergarten presentation and further discussion at the same time we get the capital plan, is the kindergarten discussion going to include potentially the capital costs which potentially can move some of these buildings from that 2% to the 5%, which would, at least we would then have the projection of, and I'm looking at slide 10 here, right? Some of the ones that are on the smaller Patton, Dryden, Greenbrier, the smaller costs, which also is Westgate, fast math, right? Westgate, 5% on roughly 26 million, 12.5, right? Somebody check my math, it's late, but roughly 12.5. We may get there really fast in light of what already has to be invested in Westgate. So is there gonna be enough time and enough communication and collaboration so that when these presentations come forward, we're actually gonna have all of the information we need so that Ryan can move forward on capital planning?
I think so, because I think you'll at least know, or we'll at least have a good sense of, is full-day kindergarten still something that we want to pursue? And if so, you'll see when we show you the information on Westgate that it would need additional space, not only in classrooms, but in a gymnasium in order to fit the extra sections. So I think it'll be pretty clear that if full-day kindergarten is something we'll want to pursue, that putting off Westgate is going to be the right decision.
But I go back to the timing of the sequencing here, because, as we just thinking about kindergarten, you're going to present, and the complexity of what you're trying to put into one potential meeting is that, and we may have to have multiple meetings, just throwing this out, because in that kindergarten, part of, as I recall, the discussion was not coming back with one particular option, but coming back with several options.
And we have those ready for you.
Right, so in each one of those options, to meet what Gina is saying, in each one of those options, the capital plan would have to be overlaid into each one of those options. And so just want to make sure that that's, whatever time we're talking about, there's enough time to then overlay that, because each one may have will have a different capital plan, basically.
And again, the other,
Especially Westgate.
yeah, the other piece again that I think none of it's easy, but will be easier than maybe we're making it, is Ryan's presented scenario 2 that there's no negatives to scenario 2. So even if we don't have an exact plan, we know that we could do scenario 2 to give ourselves some more time as well.
Yes, I do understand, but it comes back to that replacement cost. At what point and how fast and how soon do you hit that replacement cost before you pay that back, and then the time period that you pay back that replacement cost on the spend that you would have to have over that time period. So there is a little bit of, nice math in there, but just want to make sure there's enough time to do that.
All right. So I'll point out that your last question about the salaries and the potential savings, the answer is galvanized pipe.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd throw that out there. All right. Man, oh man. Thank you, Ryan. Staffing update. Let's go from Ryan to a better name, Brian.
Yeah.
Celebration, I'm starting before 11 p.m. Can I finish before 11? I've got 3 items tonight, starting with a staffing update. The last time I was here, October 7th, I provided information related to FTE for each employee group. On page 2, very similar to what I did at the last meeting, I will share a brief review of the FTE per employee group by building and focusing mainly on the remaining unfilled positions. Slide 3 shows on the left-hand side, I guess I will get that, sorry. Slide 3 shows the FTE employee category comparisons. On the left-hand side are the different groups of employees. And then the next column is the filled by agency, positions we have on hold, which means we're not currently advertising and recruiting to fill, the current unfilled that we are trying actively to fill, and then the grand total FTE per group. And then the next slides will go into more detail on each of those. So the next slide, page 4, FTE by building comparison. So within the admin building, we have 3.0 FTE to fill, 1 ATA member, 1 ESP member, and 1 SEIU member. And then as you go over, the good news is you don't see every building listed there. So some buildings are completely full, which is great by comparison to what we had last month. Just a point of reference, that the number of unfilled positions is shown on the top chart, and then the bottom down below is the enrollment again from August 26th. Page 5. Shows the comparison that I've put now in the past 2 meetings to this one, the staffing chart for our admin group. On the left-hand side, it shows the number filled, green, and the right-hand side, the unfilled. As I talked about last meeting, one of our goals, priorities is to fill the admin positions, and because there's fewer of them in a school district, they tend to be a little bit easier to fill and recruit for. So we currently have 0 unfilled in the admin group. Among the ATA, page 6 currently shows we have 2.0 positions that are currently open. One is due to a leave of absence, and another is due to an internal position change from one certified member moving from one position to another. Page 7 shows the ESP group. We currently have 1.0 FTE. That has been a position that has been rather difficult to fill. We've offered it to 2 candidates who have turned it down. So that position remains unfilled. We have a strategy on how to get some of the work done, but we will still continue to recruit to try to fill that 1.0 FTE position in the ESP group. Within the area of food service, visually, I think you'll see the biggest change in this chart, going from the filled and unfilled from the last meeting, October 7th, until today, November 11th. Notice the unfilled was 5.08 FTE, and now we're down to 0.43. As much as I'd like to take credit for food service filling all their positions, what we did was tighten up. So we've really started now to focus on what we really need as opposed to what we had available at the start of the year and anticipated that we needed. So we are down to 1 3-hour position, or 0.43, that we need to fill in order to run properly. In the category of OSP on slide 9, currently fully staffed, which feels good. In the area of SEIU, similar to our food service, we are really holding on a couple positions we had out there and focusing on one that I've mentioned at this meeting before. It's the floating custodial position for our second shift. It really helps all of the opportunities to fill. So it's like the subbing concern we have, filling unfilled absences. We have the same in the facilities department, trying to fill unfilled absences. So that second shift floating custodial position is critical because it helps fill when people take absences or personal days or sick days or vacation. So we are still actively pursuing to fill that position as well. In the area of TCARN, I'd say there's a significant difference between last month and this month because we didn't have the contact tracers added into this group. So recognizing they weren't added, I've now since added them into this group. That's why the total FTE has increased in this group. And the final couple pages look at what we had last month compared to what we have this month in the certified arena. So on the left-hand side are the positions that we had in October 7th, and updated last week on 11/4 is what we currently have available on the right. So we currently have the academy teacher at the intermediate level available, and we're hoping for maybe a December grad to assume that position. We have an LDBD resource teacher position at Windsor that's available. because of an FMLA leave that will turn into a leave of absence. So it's a full certified position that will be available. And then a 5th grade teacher at Westgate, which we believe we have filled as of today, with a future December grad. So we're excited about that position being fully filled. But we'll need to wait for all of the certifications to go through. December grads are exciting, but you also have to wait for everything to go through the ISBE, for everything to be stamped perfectly. So they'll probably start as a sub and then become a certified teacher, hopefully within a couple weeks. The unfilled non-certified positions, October 4th is on the left and November 5th is on the right. So obviously a smaller list looks better, but we still have a number of non-certified positions we are still looking to fill. Lots of opportunities, from full-time positions to part-time positions. Some of them come with some great benefits, so spread the word. Lots of opportunities are out there. And then, as I was just saying, spread the word. We have lots of opportunities for our community members to get involved. I'll thank Adam and Inanna for pushing some of our highlighted positions via the different communications that go out. We are getting some additional interest, but filling the position feels the best. Interest is good, but getting them in here for interviews is even better. Any questions on the staffing update?
Mr. Vice President.
Rich?
Brian, great work to the staff. I know you probably take all the credit yourself for doing all the hiring, but
I do not.
Great job to the team to do that. Just from a point, because you mentioned it and it'll help us in the future months, if you could add to the charts just a line item that says this is your, whether it be your budgeted item or your, what we've authorized item, because what I hear you're saying in a couple of those positions, you're saying even though we're authorized at 25,
yes,
you guys feel 22 is good, just so that we know that, all right, it's 25, then you don't have to explain to us again as, oh, why you're going up or something of that nature, because you're already authorized to be there.
Yeah, so everything that I believe is on there is authorized, but
Right, but because you're saying you're going to be operating below the authorized level.
Correct.
That way, if we know what the authorized, that's just a bullet,
Got it.
a reference point we know.
Thank you.
Any other staffing concerns, questions, accolades? No? All right. Did he get us something? Nope, didn't do it. That was Rich's fault, though. Let's move on to the strategic plan.
All right, my second update today is to highlight the high-quality staff goal update. All right, there's no visual. The High-Quality Staff Goal Committee is part of the Strategic Plan 2021 through 2025. The High-Quality Staff Goal Action Team is off to a great start. Our group includes 19 dedicated staff and District 25 family members. The group has met twice, on Monday, September 13th, and again Wednesday, October 27th. During both meetings, all members have been engaged positively and were productive. In addition to the activities we engaged in to get to know one another and to share our expectations with each other, we brainstormed ideas we wanted to begin to consider as objectives for our goal. The list included, among those two different meetings, different expectations we wanted to consider as objectives, and we grouped our different ideas into the following categories: relationships, communication, incentives and compensation, hiring, recruiting, and retaining, staff diversity, benchmarking, data collection, research, outreach, mentorship, staff development, listening and sharing, roadblocks, advocacy, inclusive culture, and legal requirements. I have invited our group to gather one more time next week to finalize our objectives before sharing them with the other goal area groups on November 30th. After finalizing our list of objectives and prioritizing them, we will conclude with a discussion regarding how to determine and measure our success for each objective chosen. I want to close by saying thank you to the members of the committee for their efforts in the past two meetings. I do look forward to working with this incredibly dynamic team to identify our objectives we can shine a spotlight on and focus our attention on to improve the identified areas. Any current questions?
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Greg.
I just want to amplify some of what Dr. K said. It was I'm part of that group, and there's just positive contributions coming from all around the room, and it's really a group of problem solvers. You know, I mean, everybody's engaged. They're working hard to outline the issues and what's the scope of our work, and it's just a great group to be a part of. And Dr. K, I want to express appreciation to you just for fostering that environment that makes that possible. And again, gratitude to all the members of the group.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Greg.
I'm just going to ditto
Nisha,
what Greg said as well. Dr. K, thank you for very expertly facilitating that group. There are lots of problem solvers and lots of great talent, lots of HR experts, you know, in the room. It's been really insightful to be part of that discussion.
I do want to give credit to Becky and Peg for helping plan the organized, efficient way we are talking through these topics as well. So kudos to them for helping facilitate the idea structure.
All right. Thank you, Brian. On to item number C, the Memorandum of Understanding between District 25 and the ETA is an action item. So I'll need a motion.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes, Anisha.
I recommend that the Board of Education approve the Memorandum of Understanding November 11, 2021 as presented.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Anisha. Dr. K.
All right, my last item for tonight is the proposed update to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Board of Education and the Arlington Teachers Association. This memorandum memorializes one updated agreement reached by both parties on the item discussed. On October 22nd, a letter was sent from Dr. Carmen Ayala, State Superintendent of Education, regarding the support for flexibility for teacher evaluations that we provided last year. The reason for this request is because building administrators are spending more time than expected this school year filling unfilled absences and supporting contact tracing, while classroom teachers are also putting in more time and effort helping fill the unfilled absences of their colleagues. The recommendation is to use the proposed language bargained in the Memorandum of Understanding from last school year, 2020-2021, to our current Memorandum of Understanding with minor edits from the teacher evaluations section. Representatives from the board and the ATA negotiated the impact of this change, and this memorandum memorializes the agreements reached by both parties on the topic of teacher evaluations for this update. Tonight, I'm recommending that the Board of Education approve this Memorandum of Understanding as written between the ATA and the board, dated November 11th, 2021. Are there any questions?
All right, Lana, take a vote.
Member Scapalato?
Yes.
Member Oliniechek?
Yes.
Member Patel?
Yes.
Member Cherniglia?
Yes.
Member Faso?
Yes.
All right, MOU passes 5-0. Thank you, Dr. K.
Thank you very much.
On to item number 13, the superintendent report, beginning with FOIA report.
Thank you. This will just be a standing part of the agenda moving forward, and it just shares with the board what Freedom of Information Act requests we've responded to since the last meeting. So we'll just always list those there for you moving forward.
All right, now we are on to the IASB 2021 resolutions. Although it's an action item, I think we need to
Talk first.
forego the
Yeah.
said action.
So, yeah, to get us started, so annually, there is a Illinois Association of School Board Delegate Assembly, where every school board gets one delegate. Our delegate, as you know, is Anisha Patel, as she's been reporting on IASB stuff throughout the year. And next weekend, there will be the Delegate Assembly, where Anisha will vote on the board's behalf on a variety of resolutions. So we will be one vote of the 850 school districts in the state. And what you have seen and is on this board docs as well is the Illinois Association of School Boards Resolution Committees report for 21-22. So throughout the year, districts can submit resolutions to this committee, asking the committee to support this resolution. So that committee now is going to all of our individual school districts saying, here's a resolution that was supported, here's the information on it, and here's what we as a committee recommend you vote. Once the delegates vote next weekend, if something passes, for example, it doesn't mean that resolution is law. It simply means the delegates are telling the Illinois Association of School Boards, we'd like you to advocate and lobby on behalf of this resolution, right? Or we ask you not to lobby and support this resolution. So it's basically telling the Illinois Association of School Boards how its member districts want it to move forward in supporting different areas. So the resolution booklet that you have, I think has something like 20-something resolutions. Thank you. Oh, here it is in front of me. I'll just pull up the right page. Yeah, 23 different items. And tonight, the District 25 Board of Education needs to tell Anisha, your delegate, how you want her to vote. Do you want her to vote in support of each of these items or in opposition of each of these items? So there's a couple things that we can do here, excuse my voice, which is why the motion is written in such a unique way. You could make a motion that the District 25 delegate vote in alignment with what the committee recommends across the board for all 23 items. You could edit that and say that we want our delegate to vote in alignment with the committee except for items and name a unique items. Or you can take a separate vote on each of the 23 items. So I think the way to determine the way to move forward is to first ask, are there certain item numbers that board members, thank you, already know you'd like to have discussion on? And if that's a small number, then maybe we move forward with the first motion. If it's a lot, then maybe we go individually. So I think, Anisha, if that makes sense to you, it would first be to hear, are there certain resolution numbers that any board member would like to make sure we discuss at this table?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fine, for that summary. That definitely makes a lot of sense, and it was really informative. A couple of us board members, I believe, Greg, Dr. Fine was there as well. I attended as well. There was an ISB resolution information session where they went through all these resolutions, so that was really informative. So I think that's a great idea to possibly start with discussion.
Thank you, Anisha. So I think, though it may be, I think there may be a way to go through this, because rather than maybe pointing out a couple of those, because the challenge that I think you have in this is, in some committee report, you have to actually look at the wording, because supporting it means the committee says they oppose it. So, so are we supporting the opposition? So it's kind of convoluted.
There's only a couple that do that though, so.
Yeah.
If anybody didn't catch those,
and
I'd be embarrassed to stop for a minute and look.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, maybe to help the process or speed the process, we just start on the 7, we take, straw mans, and then, someone tracks it, and then we come back on those that we maybe want to have discussions or where we're split on. Then we can come back and say, okay, the majority said this, and we move that motion forward at that point. That kind of makes sense. So for example, just as an example, we say 7, and we go, okay, do we support or oppose? And then if everyone supports it, okay, we move on to the next one. Once we get down the list, then we can come back and say, okay, we hear motion that number 7, blah, 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 we support versus this one we oppose. Because I think at the end of the day, there might just be a couple that we'll have some discussion on.
So, Mr. Vice President, so Rich, just to clarify the process you're suggesting, we are going to, you'll say as an example, number 7, and we're not, like the resolutions committee said, do adopt. But what we're just making our own statement of do adopt or
Right.
not. We're not really describing whether or not we agree with the resolutions committee.
You're saying we support it or we oppose it? Yeah.
So we're,
The resolution or the recommendation?
No. So we're going back to the resolution.
Okay. But I just
That's
wanna-
how you're voting, right? You're not going to vote
Yeah.
on the committee, sorry.
No, it's okay.
You're voting, you know, they'll come back and say, okay, number 7, district, what do you say? You support or oppose?
So let's do that as an example, just to make sure we're on the same page. So if we were to talk about number 7, I think, again, just as an example, Greg, would you say support 7 or oppose 7? The resolution? Or you don't know yet?
No, I support.
Oh my God. Okay, Rich?
I support.
Anisha?
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. If you differ from IASB's recommendation, then let's talk about it. That's why I drew it out. I said there's, excuse me, Italian. There's only a couple where they do not support, so I think we should limit the conversation to.
But there's a couple that they say support that I oppose. I think we.
Correct, and those would be ones we'd straw man and then we discuss. But rather than going through all 23, just call out the ones where you disagree with the
recommendation.
The committee's recommendation.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Greg would say, hey, I'd like to discuss this one, and this one, and then
Right.
we discuss those, and otherwise we're going with what
The committee recommendation, yes.
So going about it that way, then, Greg, are there certain items that you disagree with the recommendation?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to enumerate the following, and I'll use the list that's in our packet.
Okay.
Rather than, or what?
That's fine.
I
Tell
can
us
go
the
either-
number.
I can go numerical.
Just tell us the number of the item.
You got it. Number 6.
Okay.
Number 16. Number 11. Number 15. Number 5. Number 2. And number 9.
Okay. Rich? You want to
He's
go
gotta
back through?
re-look at them.
I need to go back and look at what the committees, that's not the way I did it.
Okay. Anisha?
So I want to clarify.
Did you have 6?
We have them in different order, so
Yeah.
it's still the same resolution number, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to.
You're paying for beers next time we go out.
Number 2, 9, and 15.
Okay. Brian, 9 and 15.
2, 9. Why can't you put these in sequential order?
I asked that question and they didn't have an answer, but they did
Why
change
not?
them. They just changed and updated the booklet.
All right.
Brian?
I do not oppose the resolution committee's recommendations on any.
Okay, so you're okay.
I'm fine with
Gina?
a lot of smart people in there.
2, 9, 15.
That's it? Oh, 6?
6, and then hold on, because again, they're not in order. Okay, we'll start there.
Okay.
Reserve the right to add.
Okay. Is that all that's here?
That's all that's here.
8, 10, 12. That's fine.
Yeah, let's do that, because that's what they should have done in the first place. Thus far, unless Rich has one out of those. Going that way, unless Rich has number 1 as one of his to talk about, then we will start with 2.
us to.
No, I think Dr. Biden also told us that in a communication that this will be the first time that the resolutions will be voted on via a technology, via an app. So it's going to be interesting that they worked out. So yeah, it's all downloaded on. Yeah, no, yeah. It's all going to be. Yeah, it's all going to be via an app on the phone, which I've downloaded. Correct. Yeah. So. Yeah. So I've downloaded. So it's my first time. I'm excited.
Mr. Vice President, so.
Yes, Greg.
I would just say then, so maybe the next step in the process, because we highlighted, like, nearly everyone said number 2, but we highlighted it because we want to discuss it. Maybe the next step is to, maybe everyone feels the same on which way we should vote, right?
Well, I think let's, yeah, you could do it.
Potentially.
Right, potentially.
So we wouldn't have to, we might not have to go into a lengthy discussion, because we might not, well, anyway. Sorry, go ahead, Rich.
I have a question while he's thinking, actually for you, Greg. So you have a couple that no one else did.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm curious, knowing you're 1 out of 5.
Yes.
Do you still want to discuss all those?
Or just vote on them.
Or just vote on them? It's kind of up to you, because you're the
No,
only
I would
one
like
that
to,
has a
yeah, I
couple.
would like to discuss them.
That's cool. I just
Only
wanna check.
in that I might raise an issue that others haven't thought of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. I just thought I'd put it out there.
Come up with questions?
So 17.
Okay, Rich, just
13,
17,
5,
13, 14.
13,
Mr. Vice President, somebody gut check me on this, but in the packet, 12, the recommendation is do not adopt, and on our packet, it says approve.
Where does it say?
Education
Oh,
approved.
they all
12.
say approve on this.
On this,
That's what we
okay.
talked about before.
That was-
So you
okay.
kind of have to be cognizant of
Which ones?
Which
Okay,
ones they don't.
I just wanted to make sure
Yeah, yeah,
I've got it right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so.
So you just blew, you just.
12, I'm good. I'm good, I'm
Let,
good.
let
Leave
me
it to
ask,
Monique.
let me ask the
I'm good.
board this. Do you want to go ahead and make one motion right now to support the committee's recommendation on number 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 18 through 23? Since there were no questions on those.
Probably not a bad, at least we'll get a sense of achievement.
So it would be, I make a motion that we direct our delegate to vote in alignment with the committee
Yeah.
on, and I can read the numbers. Yes.
Mr. Vice President,
You taking it?
I move that we maybe I'm not. Maybe
You're
I
on.
get stumbled on the language. I
Then
move that we direct our delegate to to vote in alignment with the Resolutions Committee on the following resolutions.
Those being number 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Easy second.
Second.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Greg. Do we do an all in favor, or do we have to do the whole?
could do an all in
individual?
favor.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, vote passes 5-0 on aforementioned alignment with the Resolutions Committee recommendations.
And then if you're going to start discussing, the first one chosen for discussion was item number 2, Student Safety and Protection Plan.
So that, Mr. Vice President, the Resolutions Committee recommended adoption. So my first question is to my colleagues, we all brought it up. Are we, I don't know how to ask this. Is there a question? Like, do we all want to, are we inclined to vote no? Like, do not adopt, or is there just more discussion?
Right, yeah, maybe support or oppose.
Number 2.
So, there's actually two of these that came up last year. This one in 15 came up last year.
Yes.
And what was interesting, this really comes down to local type of support and board. So, and this was really, being in that ISB delegate session last time was interesting to hear, because there was definitely a difference of thought process between more of the metropolitan districts and more of the separated out districts. And this is why I personally would vote that I support this, or I concur with the committee. The reason being is that the non-metropolitan districts really cited that they're looking at this is that because they live in a wide geographic area, the resources that are available to respond to a crisis may be an hour away. And so they're saying, look, we need to have in case of a crisis, we need to have something there. So to me, I look at that's a local type of decision. That may not be something we're ever faced with, because we have Scott right here, so
Yeah, we don't have to
we
worry
won't,
about it.
but we're within minutes, if not something faster. So I do think across the board, that's at least as I recall the conversation, is why I would think local boards should have that based on the environment that they're in.
So, first of all, I'd like to just say I agree with Rich, and I would support this, and I've been into the prior year, same thing, and I heard, they let the first district that made the recommendation speak first. And I won't recite the story, but, there was an incident in a small rural district, and it's heart-wrenching what happened. And so the misconception with this particular resolution is people feel that it's an indirect window into arming teachers, and it absolutely 100% is not. That is absolutely not the intent, nor what it would be empowering if we would impose it. It's merely, as Rich stated, to allow these rural districts, with some of them have volunteer police departments, don't have the response rate, to take it amongst themselves to choose who to arm, not a teacher. Nobody wants to arm teachers. Most of them want to hire off-duty police officers, quite frankly, and that's the person that would carry a gun in a school. So that's really what you're voting on, is to put that, as Rich said, to put that local control into the local school board's hands. And who are we up in this area that we have a 30-second, 911 response rate? Who are we to tell these small rural districts that they can't choose for themselves how they may or may not want to be able to provide some sort of a resource type of officer to their facilities?
So I have a clarification question for you, Brian. If you read the resolution, this one says, because you said it wouldn't be a teacher, but this would be a voluntary district employee can carry the gun.
Correct.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, so if you hire an off-duty cop or employee.
If I read it, I think it allows the school board to make the decision. The school board, a local school board could allow teachers who've gone through board-determined training to carry if that's the local decision they want to make.
yes, that's my understanding. Thank you, Dr. Biden.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Gina.
I respect where the driver of this is coming from. My challenge to it, my biggest challenge to it is volunteer and in any capacity. In any capacity. So You can have a voluntary district employee in any capacity.
But again,
If the local control is looking for something that is more responsive, then they should have I agree with the ability to provide the governance at the more local level, but not wide open in any capacity. Let the school board hire somebody. Let it not be voluntary.
well, so I just wanted to point out real quick, one thing is, this is not the legislative word that winds up in law. So we don't really need, I agree with you, there's a little bit of the wording is a little off, but again, this isn't the law that allows them to hire. When this does get enacted to law, Springfield gets to figure out whether or not it should include words like voluntary. So I don't think I think you're getting too far down in the weeds if you're gonna be worried about just the wording that the resolution's built into it.
Well, it's too much I'm not, voluntary and in any capacity don't work for me. I'm not, I struggle with supporting
The challenge,
this.
and again, I see your point there, Gina. I think that the challenge is, again, it comes down to then funding, right? If there's a retired police officer who lives in the area and says, I'll volunteer and I'll do that for you, I'll be in the school, just like maybe they'll do crossing guards. And I understand it's not apples and apples, but this is way a smaller district can then afford to have someone like this. Think about if just having another adding to staff, they may not be able to afford it, don't know. So it just gives the local board options.
Mr. Vice President. Yeah,
Yes, correct.
reading the story here, I don't think that's the story I'm reading, because at first the story of this district, Mercer County, they said we didn't have the funds, and then a private individual forwarded funds until their TIF was up. I'm using words I don't even know if that's right, and then they were going to have the money. So the story is not about money. It's more about we didn't have the bodies. We couldn't find a qualified person. So now we want to basically arm someone that's already on our staff. And that's what I think. Well,
Not already on their staff.
Can I finish?
They want the flexibility to be able to put somebody on their staff. And again,
okay, that's
that's
fine.
in legislation too. That's not
Sure.
what we're approving. That you're also getting too far into it. The legislation that gets passed would govern whether or not it could be a teacher or a off-duty officer.
okay.
And the board's decision at that local level makes those determinations. All we're doing is giving them the power to have that conversation that you're mentioning right now at their local level. That's it. That is absolutely it. So even the discussion we're having thus far, it's not here yet. It comes in legislation. But right now, we're locking their hand, we're tying their hands if we don't approve this. They would have 3 years in a row now that I'm aware of, maybe even more, since they've been trying to get just the right to have the conversation. That's all it means.
Yeah, but the intent of the conversation is to arm someone on their staff, yes?
Yes, to
Someone
have the
that they
ability
employ.
to employ or volunteer.
So, I mean, I hear you, Brian, that we're not crafting legislation here, but we are talking about opening a path to that goal, okay? And, that's ultimately what I think we need to talk about.
Right.
And you could throw a rock and hit a lot of research on why handing guns, arming people who are not trained officers is a bad idea, okay? And I'd like to share some of that here because I think it is important, and the National Association of School Resource Officers is opposed to this. And I know you said it's not about arming teachers. I think we could use teachers as a placeholder for the sake of discussion. And I think maybe you brought up, Anisha, is it someone on the staff, okay? We know that police officers, a recruit, receives 168 hours of training on weapons, self-defense, and use of force. I'm a teacher. I don't know if I get 168 hours of training.
Again.
I know, excuse me, sir, can I finish?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. So ultimately, where the door that we're opening is important. And I hear and I think this will come up a lot this evening, the local control, okay? But we don't get to craft a resolution just for Mercer County. We don't get to craft a resolution. And so the unintended consequences is what we are protecting against, and that's what we are worried about. And it's a false choice to say that this resolution is the only way to solve the problem. And it's probably certainly a larger discussion than we can have here, you know. So, and I'll throw you just a couple more things, again, because they're important. Access to a firearm triples the risk of death by suicide and doubles the risk of death by homicide. But what you should see, it's almost, if it wasn't so serious, I have 100 examples here of really ridiculous ways guns.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm with you 100%.
And that's,
but this isn't
I'm
a
not,
gun safety conversation, and this isn't a gun safety capability that we're having here.
Okay.
It's again to allow a district the autonomy to be able to choose a path at all. And if all of the school districts in the state choose to tell 2 or 3 that could actually benefit from this that no, because we don't believe they're going to responsibly enact it, we're overstepping our bounds. That's all I have.
And
okay.
adding,
No, not on
so, you know, Greg, I hear you. Absolutely, I understand those types of the comments. The key to also maybe look at is, you know, maybe fall on the resolutions committee, or the committee did say they approved this. They want to move forward with this. Again, it's the how do you look at a smaller district that has an hour away? So maybe counterpoint to, let's say in Mercer County or some other county, and you know there is an incident, and there is a mass shooting that could have been avoided. What would you say to that?
Can I suggest something?
That's a strong
Can I suggest
argument.
something for the board? Rich and Greg, can I suggest that, right, what you need to vote on is how do you want the IASB to lobby, right? So would it be helpful right now to go ahead and take a straw poll or take a vote that says, you know, whatever it is, I move that our delegate vote in alignment with the resolution committee on number 2. And so that means if you want to support number 2, you vote yes. If you don't, you vote no. And let's see, and then majority will rule to tell Anisha how to vote.
Yes, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. We could have not the fast path, and I absolutely appreciate everything you had to say.
Yeah.
And
No, and that's why the diversity of thought is so
Yeah,
important. So
absolutely.
everybody's, thoughts have been out, and I just want to say, I agree with Gina on this as far as that terminology doesn't work for me either, so I just want to say that.
So then if the motion on the table, or if somebody wants to make that that our delegate vote in alignment with the resolution committee on number 2.
Which means do adopt.
Yes, which
Yeah.
means do adopt.
do adopt.
But,
So a board member needs to make that.
no, but what,
Mis-
okay.
Mr. Vice
Yes,
President,
thank you.
I move that our delegate vote in alignment with the committee's recommendation for approval of number 2.
Okay.
Resolution number 2. Yes, do I have a second? I will second it.
Okay. And then Lana would call roll on that one. All you got to do is
Me
go,
too.
Lana, just go around the room. Greg?
Yeah.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure I have the wording correct for the minutes.
the Resolutions Committee recommendation for
Number 2.
resolution number 2.
For resolution number 2.
You gotta make it confusing.
Member Oliniechek,
Yes.
Member
If you could
Patel?
say support or oppose, that'd be
Okay,
good.
yes, support.
Okay. Oppose.
Member Cherniglia,
Yes, support.
Member Faso,
Oppose.
Member Scapalato.
Oppose.
Okay. So that motion fails, and you would oppose that resolution as the delegate.
Correct.
The next item that was highlighted was number 5.
I think I brought this one up, so I'll speak to it. Sorry, let me just open my notes. So, you know, the resolution speaks to a goal of increasing transparency and access to, you know, to our citizens or the school boards, constituents, and they mention more opportunity and access for public participation. And even though it touts the benefits to the public, I think what it really discounts is the detriment to the interpersonal interactions inherent, you know, in remote meetings. So for instance, and just random research here, just to give you a sense of it, it takes up to 3 times longer to respond remotely than versus face-to-face, resulting in conversations that are, you know, stilted, and there's more ambiguity, and when is it my turn to talk? And there's also a piece of tech proficiency. I mean, the world is not new to Zoom, and I'm still in Zoom meetings where many people are still really confused about how to use it the right way. So I think there's good intent behind this, but the same goals that they espouse could be achieved with what we're doing here tonight, where you live stream an in-person meeting. And then you don't have the detriment, you know, that comes inherent with remote meetings. And, you know, it opens all those things, the transparency, the access, public participation. So I think, and we get rid of all those rules, right? Because there's so many rules about when we meet and then trying to enforce them remotely. So I hear the intent behind it, but I would not support it because of those reasons.
Yeah. I actually kind of struggled this one too. And I think almost back to the last point we made, right? I think of it as, this doesn't mean we have to change what we're doing, and it doesn't mean Mercer County has to change what they're doing, right? And so that's, you know, I think the flexibility to allow, you never know, some districts may be 2G. I mean, look at what's that monster district?
15?
Elgin,
Elgin.
46.
Yeah, Elgin, yeah.
Which is the one that submitted this.
Oh, is it? I didn't even notice that, yeah. U46, yeah, U46 is huge, right? So they may want the ability to be able to leverage that technology. So while I agree with you, I wouldn't choose it for District 25. I don't think it's District 25's decision to tell U46 they can't. That's kind of why I support it. But I agree with you. If we were having this conversation for District 25, I wouldn't look to leverage a remote meeting. I hated them when we had to do them for COVID.
Yeah, I think similarly that, you know, technology, and we have to continue moving forward with time, and you know, technology is going to get much, much better, and there's just means, it allows more people, I think, maybe contrary to your thought, you know, Craig, I think it actually allows more people to participate in sessions, because then they don't have to worry about, am I there or not there? It allows that overall participation, so.
Mr. Vice President?
Yeah, Gina.
I move that the Board of Education approve the recommendation for Resolution 5.
Yeah, and
Can you put the words, Lana, just for correctness, can you put the words
Vote in
resolution
alignment.
committee? Because we want to try to get back to that alignment, right?
So it
Otherwise-
should be the motion that the Board of Education vote in alignment with the Resolutions Committee recommendation for resolution number 5.
To approve.
Yes.
To approve.
To support.
Vote in alignment with the resolutions committee recommendation.
Yes.
To approve,
Yeah, to adopt.
or to adopt.
Yeah,
Just so
to
we're clear.
support, yeah.
Then it's easy, then it's a yes or no.
Yep.
Recommends to adopt, to adopt.
And you need a second, right?
Oh, second.
Okay, thank you, Gina, thank you, Rich. Vote on number 5.
Member Oliniechek?
Yeah.
Yes, adopt.
Member Patel?
Yes, adopt.
Member Cherniglia?
Yes, adopt.
Member Faso?
Yes, adopt.
Member Scapalato?
No, oppose.
All right, 4-1 on that one.
Okay, the next one that was pulled out was number 6.
I think that,
Resolution number 6 is the reorganizing the board, moving that from a 28 days to 40 days.
so this was another one I brought up. I don't know if anyone else did. So the resolution references a need, the need of districts to call special meetings to, because it wasn't on their calendar or it didn't fit according to when they have to seat new board members. And I actually asked Dr. Bine about this. I hear that, like, who wants to call an extra meeting? It just seems, and I'm looking for feedback here, but it just seems like a scheduling issue. And the downside to extending it is then you have that lame duck board, and we'd like to assume positive intent that that wouldn't be an issue, but it could be an issue where, a board, puts through decisions that don't align with what the community wants because they just elected new members, but we're extending that opportunity, or, longer by extending that time. So right now, I'm not in favor of adopting it, but I'm looking to hear what other thoughts are.
Nisha? Oh, I just turned my mic on. It's just because I like it. No, I tend to agree with you. I think this is another one where I would hope that us or any board would not abuse this and go too long with the lame duck. But again, obviously, high school township 30 obviously had an issue with it and had a, some districts, are maybe limited with their board members' availability. I don't know. I just, I would tend to agree with you. Why do you need it? 27 days should be enough. My God, that's a month. But I'd be inclined, I have to say I'd go either way on this one, but I'd be inclined to just go ahead and let some districts have that flexibility just to not call a special meeting if they need to and give them the 40 days, I don't agree with it. I wouldn't want to see us go past, I don't even think we've ever gone past maybe 2 weeks in the years I've been on. So.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, the counterpoint would be, if because it's from the point of the election, not when it was called, right? So if there's delays in counting, if there's things of that nature, that days, the numbers come down.
I don't think so. It's not from the election date. It's from
the certification.
It's from the certification.
But either way, even if it was from the election day, if you have 28 days, you just schedule on the 27th day. So I've seen your point. It's a scheduling issue. It's not a.
It is. It is.
Yeah, to me, yeah.
I'll just say, I'm glad you brought this up. I didn't consider this one, Greg, so I'm glad you brought it up, and the lame duck issue does resonate with me.
Yeah, right. Mr. Vice President, I move that the Board of Education Director Delegate to oppose the resolution committee's recommendation for resolution number 6.
So if you now, so you need a second.
We need a second.
So if you agree that you want her to oppose it, you're going to vote yes.
Yes. Okay. You know, for the rest of these resolutions, should we just go back to our old serpentine thing so we can save Lana from having to do the round robin thing? Does anybody oppose to that? I think it might speed things up.
So then you want to have.
Let's just go this way and then that way, and then Lana can focus on, she's got enough to do with all this. So start with,
Yes.
Yes, opposed.
no support.
Yes, opposed.
Thank you. I think I said this is number 9, which was also submitted by Mercer County, and it's the health and sex education curriculum. As a reminder, for this one, the committee is recommending that they adopt or approve the resolution, which basically is saying that they think there should be local control decision over this curriculum. The reason that this came about, as you know, there's a new state law that by August of 2022, Illinois must adopt the national standards for sex education. And so what Mercer County is saying we want IASB to advocate that we can make a local decision instead of having to use the state standards or national standards.
Might as
What
well
is
make
it,
the
number
motion.
9?
I'm
Number
sorry,
9.
hold on. I'll say words. Or were you, Anisha?
No, I was.
Oh, okay. So the resolution references the right to determine curriculum. And Dr. Bynum, I want to lean on you here a little bit. You know, I don't want to play fast and loose with words here. So does SB 0818 or even other subject areas, the state determines standards, and I'm thinking about like here, our example, and then we worked with a provider here, and that's what the curriculum is.
Yes, but in the new law that's passed, in some areas, there are curriculum items that are legally required, right? And so there's a law that passed that said by August of 2022, the State Board of Education must write state standards for health and sex education that align with the national standards, and that any school district that is teaching sex education must utilize and align with those standards in their curriculum. So that's what's a little unique about this one, is that a school district by law, even right now, if they're teaching sex and health education, the law says that right now we must align our curriculum with the national standards, and that by August of 22, the state board must align the state standards, and again, that school districts would be mandated to follow and meet those standards in their curriculum for health and sex education.
I guess what I'm trying to tease out here in this discussion, let me frame it this way. I want to understand with a good deal of clarity why we need a resolution pertaining to this curriculum, but we don't need one for language arts, and we don't need one for science. So that's really my struggle with this. It's not that I don't believe in local control, but why are we highlighting this?
So in language arts and in science in general, there are standards, but it's not mandated that we teach those standards, right? Or that we write our curriculum to align to those standards in general. In most cases, we do because we're also tested on those standards. There are some things, some curriculum things that are legally required. For example, the positive contribution of members of the LGBTQ community, right? Contributions of Black Americans, right? So there are some things that are in law that we must teach, but it doesn't say you must teach this part of math or, right? But this law is saying that you must align with the national standards if you choose to teach sex education in your school district.
Well, and it's, you know, you said it right there. It's because we get tested against those other standards. And why do we need who doesn't want to test well? So we don't need a law, maybe, you know. So to me, you know, there's flexibility in that law, or at least there's flexibility in application. And if we want, we could talk about what we do here in our district. But I'm inclined to not support this resolution because it's drawing a spotlight on, we just want local control, and we're talking about an organization, IASB, I mean, that's their bread and butter. They're all about local control, so why do we need to support a resolution, you know, that, I think they're already doing this. You know, this is what our organization does, so.
I don't disagree, Greg, with what you're saying, but if I'm reading this right, this is saying that the ISB shall support and advocate for the local school district. So the resolution is saying do exactly what you're saying.
Yes.
For that local control.
Right. So there will be a law. There is
Right.
going to be a law that we must follow where we must be aligned with the national standards. What this is saying, we want IASB on this particular thing, on health and sex education, to lobby that we shouldn't have to follow the national standards, that we should be able to make our own local decisions, right? IASB does, there are things that are in law and we do those. But this is saying we want IASB to go lobby, particularly on this topic, that there shouldn't be national standards that we have to align to.
So to me, the natural extension of that idea is then, well, you know what? Now I want ISB to lobby for local control so that we don't have to test against standards we don't like. Do you see what I mean? Like, you can keep rolling with this as far as you want.
We could make a resolution and we could go to the committee's meeting. But that's not what we have on the table right now. On the table, we have this.
Right.
Go ahead, Anisha. So I was going to say, if I may. Yeah. But what you started out with, to me, is kind of the rub, is the fact that, do we do this for other curriculum, right? Mm-hmm. Right? So because health and sex education is a little controversial, right? Maybe, maybe not. But if we don't do it for science or math or whatever, if we don't have to adhere to a formalized government control standard in those other ones, why should we force Mercer County to do it for health? If Mercer County wants to do their own curriculum, that board must work 48 hours a week. I don't know, but God bless them. You know what I mean? Again.
Yeah, well, I think you answered the question, though. We do have government control in the form of standards that dictate what our tests are. It's just not so explicit as a law.
That's it. They're trying to make it a law, and Mercer County's saying, you know.
It is a law, actually.
Yeah. So, sorry.
So Brian, are your points in alignment with Greg's?
So again, I am, but I don't feel it's my role to force Mercer County or other counties, if they want to take on the role of not following a hyper-specific law like this, I think, you know, and again,
So-
we're not dictating the law here. We're
Brian,
just,
I might reframe, because you said it a couple times, and now maybe I'm not going to disagree with you, but maybe reframe, and you still might feel the same, but we're not telling Mercer County. We are expressing that we don't want IASB to lobby in this. Mercer County, this is just whether or not ISB is going to lobby on behalf of this interest of Mercer County.
Correct.
And then what I'm saying is, no, I don't think our state organization should do that. I'm not. I'm not trying to tell Mercer County what to do.
No, I get you, I follow you.
Yeah.
No,
So I
good
think
point.
there's a
Yeah.
distinction.
Yeah, no.
So
there is.
do you want to,
That's
are
fair.
you ready to make a motion on that?
I
Oh, sorry.
I'll just say that I feel like it's really interesting that this particular topic, and for the sake of not setting precedents, and for the sake of making sure, I'm not sure of the correct wording, I am in alignment with, I've struggled with this one, so I was one of the board members who brought this up for discussion, so I'm not in alignment with, well, I'm voting at this point, so I'll just, we can vote now.
So you need so what is the motion?
Okay, so Mr. Vice President, I move that the Board of Education direct our delegate to not vote in alignment
Or
with.
oppose.
Yeah, let's
Right,
use
or oppose.
Get
Did
rid
I
of
say
that
it
not
wrong?
word.
They just, that
to-
you, go
to-
ahead, you're good.
To oppose.
I direct, I'll try again. Mr. Vice President, I make the motion that the Board of Education direct our delegate to oppose the Resolution Committee's recommendation for Resolution number 9.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Do we have a
Okay,
second?
so you, oh, sorry.
I'll second.
Okay,
Okay, Anisha's got a second.
so you're voting yes to oppose or no,
No
not
to
oppose?
It's Gina's turn to start.
All right, Gina's turn to start.
Do we need to clarify this one?
Say,
I'm going to go this route.
okay,
I support.
So you're a no.
you support the committees.
I support the
So you're a
Okay, so
PP.
you're a no. Brian, you support the committee or,
I support the resolutions committee to adopt.
So you're
okay,
a
so
no.
you're a no.
I'm a no.
Anisha,
I'm a yes.
okay?
No.
No.
So we're gonna go with,
So you're going to go with support
Support.
ultimately for number 9?
just as ISB said.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, the next item that was pulled was number 11, which is the clean energy infrastructure federal funding submitted by Champaign School District 4, in which the committee recommends do not adopt.
I'll speak up if, or did you have this too, Rich?
No, it was just yours, Greg.
I had this one as a question. I could go either way,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I'm now leaning one way.
Okay, so I brought this up because without reviewing the resolution, but really the resolution committee's rationale for their recommendation to not adopt, they talk about the diversion of funds, from the federal government, and I think it's really like, it's not the right wording, but a false choice. I don't know that funds work that way, like it's this or that. Like, we can't walk and chew gum. We can't, if we say we want money for green projects, we won't get money for this other thing that's valuable. So I took issue with that. The other thing I would say on the affirmative side is that federal dollars can be important seed money, right? It's that they may not fund the entire project, but they might bring that project within reach of nonprofits that might also support our schools or fundraising that can happen through the school. And extra funding is important because we know that green initiatives, they're more costly than regular construction. There's grants out there and external funds. So, for schools to implement clean energy projects, having that seed money from the federal government, I think would be a boon. So I would, I would not agree with the resolutions committee.
My kind of thought is I don't think we need to necessarily call this out. I'd much rather see, if anything, Congress, direct funding for academic type of issue or things. I think there's enough probably grants potentially available or, other types of sources of funding if areas want to do this. I just look at it as the overall priority of things that need to be looked at.
Thank you, Rich. So I do like the fact that Champaign USD said, that they want to try this. So I feel like it lends itself to green innovation. So in a sense, I do like their idea for doing this.
Yeah, I agree. I think the idea is great, but it also then comes down to the discussion we were just having, capital plans. Let's make a capital plan. If the local community can do it, at the end of the day, it's all about that money. But
Oh. And we.
So does somebody want to make a motion in the room?
Mr. Vice President.
Yes,
I'm going to try to make, I'm wondering if we could just try to make these more maybe consistent, and then we just vote on those types of things. So
stick with the
yeah
wording of the resolution committee, and then whether
and then we yes or
support
no,
oppose.
then that'll make
If
it.
you just say support or oppose, I could just check off.
Yeah. I move that the Board of Education direct our ISB candidate or ISB delegate to, I'm trying to think, support, to follow the recommendation
They're saying
of the
oppose.
Rules Committee.
So
So
they're.
you're saying,
I'm just trying to think, how do I make the motion so that we're consistent with it, so it's just a yes or no
So
vote?
they said oppose.
They said oppose, right. So then we would be saying, I don't want to do that reverse thing again.
So
right?
no, you just say
vote
they
in
said.
alignment with the resolution committee to oppose number 11.
Right.
Or, I'm
So
just
if
wondering-
you say yes, you're opposing.
But why don't we just make a motion that we support, and then we say support or
Okay.
oppose,
Yeah.
instead of the resolutions
So,
committee?
yeah,
I move that we support, or, I move that we oppose
Right. Number 11.
number 11.
Yeah.
I don't know what I want to do at
Need
this
a
point.
second. Second. Thank you. Greg?
Just say support or oppose.
Yes, that'll be easier.
No.
Support or oppose.
Right?
Don't throw us off. Support or oppose. Support or oppose.
Oppose.
No, but it can't.
No,
Oh,
you're saying
okay.
support. Greg.
Okay.
No.
No.
He can't,
Okay.
he can't do that.
Oh, so he's saying yes or no to
He has
the,
to vote on Rich's
Oh,
motion.
motion.
Rich's motion is that you oppose the resolution.
yeah.
So yes or no, Greg?
No.
Thank you. Rich?
Yes.
You oppose it.
Yes, I oppose.
Anisha?
No.
No, because you support it. Brian?
No, I support it.
No.
Got me on one, Greg.
Gina?
Yes.
Yes, so that was
I wasn't gonna.
3
Yes.
no's,
Yeah.
or 3 yeses, no, 3 no's to support it. Right, so so the delegate will
Support.
support
it.
Yep.
number 11.
Going against the resolution committee, just to clarify.
So
Correct, because
okay.
recommends
The
do
next one
not-
was
Where's
number 13, which is the landscaping federal funding, also submitted by Champaign District 4, in which the committee recommends adopting
Yes, recommends to adopt.
Number
13.
Landscaping
So who-
federal funding.
Who brought this one up? Rich.
So I'm opposed to this for federal dollars to landscape, because I can understand if it was a natural disaster, things of that nature, but I don't read this as it's to do landscaping.
Right.
It's to do landscaping.
No, but to mitigate environmental.
Cutting grass.
Yeah, no, it's to do.
Well, they want federal funding to landscape to cut their grass.
So I'll say.
But it's to mitigate environmental.
No, how I'm reading it, again, it lends itself to green innovation. And so it's not just landscaping, just to put roses out there. It's to be green and for our country to continue to be green. So that's how I read it.
No, I don't disagree. Planting trees, perennial plants. Now, if there was something I'm putting in a green roof, I'm doing something of that, maybe, but this is federal dollars to do.
Champaign County again?
Yes.
It's green down there.
Mm-hmm. And they want that federal money to make it more green.
Yes.
Let's talk about, yeah.
All right. I think that one's actually one of the more clear-cut ones.
All right, so does someone want to make a resolution to support or oppose number 13?
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Rich.
I move that the Board of Education direct our delegate to oppose
Correct.
number 13.
Need a second.
Second.
Okay, Gina.
We're over here this
Oh,
time.
we are?
Yeah,
Sorry.
aren't we?
So yes,
Did
you
I mix-
oppose.
Oh, no, we are
That's
Gina, I'm sorry.
Gina's turn.
Yep.
I agree we should oppose.
Brian.
I agree we should oppose, contrary to my first statement. Yes.
So yes.
About the resolutions.
I
Oh, sorry, wrong
am
way.
with the resolution committee.
Okay. Rich.
Yes.
No, hold on a second, does that mean no?
Correct. Rich votes yes to oppose
Oppose.
it. Greg?
Yes to oppose it.
Okay, so you are, as a delegate, going to oppose number 13.
I think it, it does help us if we say yes, oppose, yes, support. I think that's helpful.
The next one was number 14. Oh, thank you.
You're very welcome.
The next one was number 14, expand broadband internet access, brought forward by Champaign again, with the committee recommending to adopt that.
All right, so no landscaping, but how about broadband?
So again, they're asking that IASB actively support and advocate for legislation that expands broadband internet access.
Isn't there already a federal thing on this, or?
Just happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's talking about the, it's like an equity issue, correct? It's talking about lack of internet access statewide, and so they're
Correct.
wanting to expand it. And ISB is saying recommends do adopt. So like in our area, every child had, during the pandemic, was able to get on the computer and learn, but in rural areas, that's not the case, and they're asking for expanding broadband internet access. So it's a benefit to students to learn.
Correct.
So who brought this up?
Rich.
Rich.
I did.
And he said that there was just federal legislation.
Yeah. I can go either way on this.
Yeah,
Okay.
But it's-
I think the tech
I'm
end.
okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Did you say you're okay?
I'm okay with it the way it is.
Okay, so
to
someone
Mr.
makes-
Vice President,
There you go.
I move that
Yes,
the
Rich.
Board of Education direct our delegate to support number 14.
Second.
Correct. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Gina. Start the voting down by Greg.
Yes.
Yes, support.
yes.
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 Hey.
Okay, the next one was 15,
Uh,
which is the child safe gun storage, brought forward by Glen Ellen, District 41. And the committee is saying do not adopt.
Yeah, this one was last year as well, and I don't know if it was the year before. But again, the debate, there's two sides of, as I remember the conversation on this. Number one was, again, more of the downstate that says, hey, a lot of our children are, I mean, that's how they hunt, they just grow up with those types of things. And then there was another discussion that also said, wait a minute, is ISBE going way beyond? I mean, we're now going into the homes, and now we're trying to say, this is what you're going to do in your home. We're not advocating that, saying that yes or no, it's right or wrong, but it was just that whole premise is, should IASB go all the way into someone's home and saying, this is what you should be doing?
Right.
And that was a big discussion there on that one.
Well, they're not going into the home, right? They're lobbying the legislation to go into the home. So the question is, do you want the legislators legislating in your home?
Right.
And at the information session that we were at, and correct me, Dr. Bryan, if I'm wrong, is that one of the reasons that they recommended do not adopt is because they felt that it did not impact schools, which I disagree with them on, because I do believe that it does impact schools on 3 different points, right? Because there's an issue of school shootings, which we know is on the rise in our country, reducing the suicide rates with firearms and preventing unintentional shootings by kids. So I disagree with their rationale of why they went the way they did.
Yeah, I think the district that brought this resolution, I mean, after reading their rationale, to me, they laid it out on why it's important, as you're saying, Anisha, that we consider this under our purview, as people directing, asking ISB, because it clearly does. And I'm not going to read this, and I know we've all read it, and I will highlight just one sentence here, and it was this: is our data shows, and this was from a study by Education Week, and the sentence that caught me says, our data shows that 80% of school shooters get their guns from family members, most often parents and grandparents, since they are too young to purchase guns themselves. And and the other thing that made this, for me, something I could support is, we're talking about modifying an existing law, right? We're not asking for ISB to lobby for a new law, right? We're just changing that age up to 18. Well, that's when you vote. That's when you. So I didn't think that's. It's not. We're not making something out of whole cloth here, and so.
Say one more thing. When Brian brought up a good point, and Gina was thinking about that too, as far as, is it going into their homes? It's more like, right now, school shootings, it's coming into the schools, right? So I look at it the other way around.
Was there somebody ready to make?
A motion? I struggle with this one.
Mr. Vice President, I move that we direct our delegate to vote in support of resolution number 15.
It's clear.
We have a second?
Wait, so, and support means?
Support means we want to see them lobby to change the age from 15 to 18.
Got it.
On who they consider children in the home for the pre-existing.
supporting-
That's a great, I didn't focus in as much on the 15 to
Resolution,
18.
not the committee on this one.
Correct. So if you vote yes, you would like to see
Them lobby for
them
number
lobby
15.
for number 15.
Did we get a second?
Did we get a second?
I'll second.
Anisha, thank you.
Okay, so
Greg,
now
thank you,
we'll-
Anisha. Are we over there now?
Before Greg now.
Lost, I'm losing track.
I'm a yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
No.
All right, so you are going to oppose number 15.
So we're going to go with ISB.
Correct, so you're opposing the resolution. And then we have 2 more, number 16 and number 17. So number 16 is the school code review brought forward by Champaign. They were very busy this year.
Yeah.
In which the resolution committee recommends do not adopt.
So I don't know if anyone else did, but I brought this forward, and so the resolution brought by Champaign references, I think maybe they could have worded it better, but they reference a task force to address disproportionate harm to students of protected classes, and the resolution committee's rationale to not adopt was their concern over the scope. And what I would say is, the scope can be broad, right? The implementation still would need to be determined. We're talking about an issue that has a wide scope. And to me, it's analogous to our efforts here locally with our DEI efforts. You really have to take a system-wide look to really address the issue. The other thing, there's no time limit on this. You can take chunks of this. That can be part of the task force purview. The findings can be released over time. It's not like it has to be a one and done, and we have to, revamp the whole code all at once. So it's really getting behind this intent and taking a look at our school code with these concerns in mind. So I think it's doable. I think it's the right way to go. So I would vote in support of the motion, or the resolution, excuse me.
So Greg, I looked at it, agree with it. I would support this. I'm looking at it from a slightly different angle, in the sense of, shouldn't we be doing this already? I mean, shouldn't the IASB, as part of their view, be firmly aware of what the school code is and be reviewing it on an ongoing basis to say, here's our current situation, or here's the environment, or here's how it adapts, here's how we should be making those changes over time. So I'm not sure why, the discussion of the committee is saying it's too broad. Okay, well, the school code, in reflection of all the code that's out there, is small. It's a lot, but it's small, and that's a large organization. Focus in and be experts at it. So I would recommend that we support that.
So you're saying support what ISB said?
No, I'd support the resolution.
Okay, got it. So you're going against. Yeah.
Okay,
Just
so
for the
does
call.
somebody want to make a motion on?
Or is there any more discussion on it?
No.
Yeah, I'm.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Rich?
I move that we direct the delegate to support number 16.
Okay,
We need a second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Greg. Votes down here, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
It's your turn.
Okay.
Your turn.
Support.
Support.
Say
it.
I'm
Yes.
so tired, Chris. Support.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
All
so
right.
you will support resolution 16, which is different than what the committee had recommended.
Yeah.
And the last one that was pulled was number 17. As a reminder, this is an amended existing resolution. Number 17 is the position statement on a constitutional amendment on funding by our friends in Champaign. And the committee recommends we do adopt.
So I understand the purpose of it. My concern is that by adopting this resolution or going through that, you're changing the funding source of local control of the property taxes, and you're moving it to the state. So the state is going to take over funding, which then means you're one of the largest, most important decisions that we have is how do we spend our money. Now by moving the funding source into a constitutional amendment that would say that it's coming out of the General Assembly brings me to pause.
For this one, I'll say, on that page 16, what it's underlined is extremely important. It's talking about a paramount duty for the state to provide a thorough, efficient system of public education that equitably serves students and provides an equitable education to all students with the state of Illinois without regard to their race, social, economic status, gender expression, right? So as far as, I completely agree. It's a paramount duty, and I would go, yeah, it's a paramount duty. And it's important to, it's not happening, and so it has to be sure that
Again,
there's a
so I get what you're saying. I absolutely agree with the words, but it's saying that this, oh, sorry, thank you, that the state will provide. So that just says the work that we're doing here would go to the state. That's the way I read it. So if someone has a different view.
It's basically that when it doesn't fund an adequacy model, so school districts that are at 50 or 60 or 70% of adequacy, that they are finding the money and fully funding education to get those school districts at the highest amount.
That's what this resolution is about?
That's what that's about.
Okay.
So there was just a big case on it again, a Supreme Court case where it's saying that the state isn't fulfilling its duty to fully fund.
Yeah.
The reality is where's the money come?
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
So, can I push on that last piece a little bit? Because the thing that scares me about this one, and actually I'm glad we called it out, again, contrary to my original trust in the committee, is the very last thing that's underlined is zip code. Equity by zip code. So
it's basically indicating that the state needs to figure out how to fully fund education. So in a district like this that is funded above adequacy, it won't affect you unless they try to go back and do something where that failed before. So if you remember, before EDF passed, they were actually talking about taking funding from those who have and give it to those who didn't. And that failed because of districts like this saying, wait a minute, like how our taxpayers fund this district should not, that money should not be taken from the residents of 25 and sent to Champaign.
right, and the fact that this wording includes the word zip code in it leads me to believe that it would be in fact.
I don't believe that's the intent.
I don't believe that's the intent either, but why did they include the word zip code in along with equity?
So Brian, I think as I read this, what I take away from that zip code piece is that that socioeconomic status in our country sometimes is aligned to zip code. So it's an equity issue again.
Basically, they're saying that education should be a fundamental right in Illinois, no matter where you live in Illinois.
So where towns cannot generate their own, the state should have an obligation to figure out how to make that equitable.
Yep.
The reality is our system is based on income tax and property tax. So unless we have massive tax reform, again, it won't affect here, but more money will go elsewhere, but where do you generate the money from?
That's the scary part.
Oh, but to your point, they could just, the lawmakers could vote and say, all right, all property taxes from District 25 are now going to Champaign for their landscaping.
Or they could say.
Or their Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Sarah, could you tell us, is that what the interpretation of that is?
Interpretation is not that. It's an equitable funding source.
Yep.
The reality is that you are in a property wealthy area, property rich area, where this is not something that affects you to the level of Champaign or a level of, where adequacy is at 65%. So, or they don't have any more property to get any kind of more money, so it falls on the state. So I don't believe it's for the intent of taking Arlington 25 money, but what could result as a fact of this is that taxes are raised for everyone. And we're not talking property taxes, we're talking income tax, we're talking sales tax, we're talking other revenue sources to provide that.
And I'm also gleaning from this that if we don't support something like that, like this, right? It's not just about Arlington, right? Our country, there's so many pockets and so many zip codes that cannot give students an equitable education. And so therefore we need to, the states have to provide them. They don't have the money to do it. So it's about our neighbors in our country collapsing, if, as far as the education system goes.
And this would be with IASB just lobbying in the state of Illinois.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, but.
Just to
But as an education,
as an education advocate, I would like to.
Not that they wouldn't go
Yeah.
Somebody ready to make a motion on 17?
And just to be, I want to be clear that we're really talking about this underlined section, correct?
Yes.
Right? Like, because
That's,
isn't that, the- 'cause
That's
this
what
is
I
a-
assumed. I assumed the underlined section was the change.
Right, so, I'm just, sorry, I'm just being clear, because I thought maybe your comments were directed at the whole
yeah, because this is
position.
coming up. So last time this came up was in 2014. Now this is coming up with new language, and that's where.
Just amending it by adding that
Yeah.
underlined section.
Yeah, so
amending
we're
existing
not,
positions.
Right, we're not that's a
Right.
great call out.
Good point.
we're not talking about the whole position.
Right.
Right,
It's
because they
that
still
word.
say,
So I don't know if that,
Well, I
making
mean,
that
it
does that
still
change
says-
your, I don't know if
No,
that
no,
changes.
Yeah, that
I
does.
understand the concept, that the language is great language that we've added in there, I mean, I understand it. I'm holding out, just maybe as Brian's, I'm holding out of where's that money gonna come from, and if we make the state mandate, you know, it's just.
I don't think it needs all the complexities of the word they're trying to
Yeah.
add. That's my
Yeah.
position, which you'll hear. in
But
a
either
minute
way,
when
I
vote.
think
Okay.
it's
But
the,
yeah,
probably the right thing to be doing.
again, they're overstepping by adding all these, different verbiages into,
Okay, so so your concern is that new language, right?
yep. Zip
Is
code,
that,
baby.
is that the same for you? Oh,
No, I
only
mean, I don't have
ask
an issue with the
because-
language, I think if we just said it, it has a right for equity for everyone, but my issue is more of where's the money gonna come from to provide, to do this equitably across everywhere. That's my concern. But I don't know if that's within the resolution. If we're just commenting on the language, we probably could have said it just maybe with less, but I understand.
Well, that's my
fine.
point. They already say, to Sarah's point, they already say in the existing wording that Illinois Constitution should make an education a fundamental right. That's current wording.
Yes.
So they're just trying to further define all these other places where inequity might exist. And to me, that's a slippery slope. And then you throw the zip code in there? Why did they put the zip code in there?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sway anybody's decision, I'm just expressing mine, and
I think it's talking about historically marginal, right? Even though there's, like you said, Brian, that it says we should provide education to everybody, right? This a paramount duty for the state to provide a thorough and efficient system of public education.
Right.
They added the pieces of folks, the data shows that the folks that, the listings here of why they went more specific, immigration status, nationality, orientation, those people have been, those groups have been marginalized, and equitable education has not been provided, and so they want to go a step further to just make sure that everybody is included in this definition and nobody's left out.
that's a very optimistic view.
Yeah. So is somebody ready to make a recommendation on number 17?
I'm not sure if I can make a recommendation. Can I make?
Sure,
it?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
So, I'd like to recommend that our board, recommends to adopt resolution 17.
To support.
Support 17. Is there a second?
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Anisha, thank you, Greg. I think we're down there.
Yes, support.
Yes, support.
Yes, support.
No oppose.
I'm struggling with this one. I'm
Me
going
too.
to say, I'll say no opposed. Yes,
So
it's
you
covered.
3
Yeah,
yeses,
already covered.
so it will support number 17.
Yep.
Okay.
I believe that is all of them.
Now, given that it's
Good work.
tomorrow,
Today,
Alrighty.
yeah.
I think we should really spend the next hour just revisiting number 3.
3.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, that's a good one, okay.
That's the board should be compensated.
Yeah, all right.
All right, next.
Just kidding.
Next
Strike that from the
topic.
record.
All right, where are we here?
I'd like to commend my fellow colleagues for such a thorough discussion and looking through it. And there's ones that you brought up that I didn't even think about. So a really great discussion just shows the level of commitment that our board has.
I agree. All right. Where is letter C? We're still not. Okay, moving on to item number C, the 2021-22 pandemic-related updates from Dr. Bine.
All right, Mr. Harris, do you have my report?
Yes,
sorry, Dr. Bine. No problem. Thank you, sir. You're the best. All right, a quick update related to things happening this year related to the pandemic. I will update you on our tutoring service, our current dashboard data, update on our lunch arrangements, and the vaccine clinics. So you'll remember part of the ideas that we had to utilize ESSER funds includes $265,000 designated for tutoring services. That those tutoring services could happen anywhere between July 1, 2021 through September 30, 2024. So that's a 3-year grant where we could utilize the funds for tutoring services. Here's where we are on that. The Department of Student Learning is facilitating that process. They have already identified staffing so that tutoring services could happen at each of the 9 schools. They've identified students based on a data review from our Institute Day on October 11th. So they wanted to make sure to look at data to determine students that they first felt were had priority needs for extra supports through tutoring. They've worked on grouping those students by school. And now they're reaching out to the families of those students, inviting their students to after-school programming, and depending on the response to that from families, we'll be able to determine if there are additional seats. So for other students who may want to attend, but we haven't identified through data, if there's spaces, we would then include them as well. So that is starting to get in place. That's our dashboard from last week. Again, the positive cases of COVID identified for students across the top, a total of 15. We had 0 staff last week identified as positive. This is that trend over time that we also keep there that shows you every single week. The line on top is the number of students who've been had positive COVID designations, and the line on the bottom is staff. So you kind of just see the trend there. Shield testing, it shows you the number of shield tests we're doing per school last week, and the number of positives identified through shield testing last week. And then again, we keep an ongoing trend line showing the number of shield tests we're doing at the top and the number of students identified as positive through shield testing at the bottom. And then a quick update on lunch. As you know, all schools rearranged how they do lunch due to the Department of Public Health's change in close contact determination at lunch. So all schools are doing one or some of these strategies. We have to have 6 feet of spacing now when masks aren't worn, or less than 15 minutes of exposure to a positive case when a mask isn't worn. So we've increased the number of staff with supervision, basically so that we could create more small groups of lunch to space them out more. We've increased the space usage, so we're not just in the lunchroom. And we have seen a result of 0 close contacts from lunch since we've made those modifications. So that has had a real impact on keeping kids in school. And then, as you know, we hosted a Pfizer vaccine clinic for students who qualified with Jewel Osco facilitated that. We gave them the space and created some of the logistics. We sent a save the date memo to our families on November 2nd that this was going to happen. It was a very quick turnaround. And we opened the registration on November 6th and filled all of the appointments within a few hours. We thought Jewel Osco was going to give us 700 slots. They gave us just under 580. And so we did have 578 students come and get vaccinated on the evening of November 8th. They'll come back for their second vaccination on November 29th. It was an incredibly well-organized event for such a large number of people that were served, managed well, supported by our District 25 nurses were there, many administrators were there, many support staff and facilities staff to make that work so smoothly. And that is all of my updates at this time. Are there any questions?
Anisha? Or was that just for fun? Oh, that was from last time. Rich?
Just a quick question then. On the vaccines, you said that we were potentially going to get 700. So is there an opportunity to do another one should parents want that to, that?
Yeah, we do not plan to do another one because the earliest that Jewel Osco could do it is late December. And by then, we really feel the vaccines are so accessible, it'd be better for families to get those elsewhere.
All right. Are we on to item D? Okay, item D. A potential letter from the board.
Yeah, and, I might ask the board to consider, since we have a couple of board members who had to return to work, that maybe this is something that gets moved to a future meeting. But in general, if you wanted to discuss it now, this is on the agenda. Because board members had mentioned wanting to have a conversation about crafting a letter either to the governor's office, the Department of Public Health, or the State Board of Education about the challenges that we've faced during this pandemic. And I believe the conversation started with, especially in response to some of the executive orders. So this is an opportunity now for the board to either discuss that or to say, let's wait till the full board has returned.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Greg.
Given the hour and not desiring to rehash whatever we might talk about tonight, and thank you, Dr. Bine, for bringing that suggestion, but yeah, if we could, I think it'd be great to have everyone here.
I agree. We just wind up repeating
All right.
and maybe not remembering what we said.
Okay.
All right.
Community input.
Item number 14, community input. Any additional comments from anyone? Oh, right. Couple folks sticking with us.
Adam, can you take down the presentation? Thank you.
First one here is Mary Ann Zielinski. Nope,
Okay.
a little too late. Next one is Laura Weigel. She left. Got to be too late for everybody. All right.
Is that it, I think?
Do you have one?
Yeah, get out of the property rental business because it doesn't follow public education.
All right. Future agenda items, anybody want to touch that one at the?
Maybe one to, just some, and again, I don't know if it needs to be a direct position or just maybe something we reach out to Scott on is, knowing that some of our sessions tend to run longer, if we could start earlier, they may run just as long time-wise, but they won't be as early in the morning.
I'm glad you brought that up, Rich, because I've heard colleagues in
other districts, at a certain point, like say, I believe it's the 10:30 mark, then they take a vote to say, should we keep going? And of course, we're all very committed and dedicated, but I am concerned about if fatigue then plays into poor decision-making.
Yep, I think midnight should probably be our cutoff. As soon as the calendar date changes, I have trouble sticking it out, but
Yeah, maybe 11.
So
kind of both.
what I hear you saying is you would like to discuss on a future meeting the times of
Yeah,
board meeting.
early starts and
Right?
have
Yeah,
a cutoff.
okay.
And like a
Got it.
cutoff time, like.
And or a cutoff time, okay?
Yep.
Can I go back to, there's two parts to the future agenda items, and one of them is community members submitting topics they'd like the board to consider. So I just need to know if the board wants these on future agendas or not. The first one was asking that the board have a discussion of enforcement of rules related to keeping COVID positive and suspected cases home from school, including appropriate restitution for unnecessary staff time spent contact tracing cases where guidelines are not followed. I'll just share with you that I think it would be nearly impossible for us to know if someone sent their child to school and yet suspected at home that they were positive. I don't know how we would identify that. I think there was confusion when we started shield testing, and we sent letters home that said a child who was last in school today tested positive yesterday. Some people were like, wait, how come they were in school today and they tested positive yesterday? And so we reworded that to say, and we got the results today. So I think that's what started this conversation, but outside of that, I just don't know how we would typically know if someone's not keeping their child home with COVID.
Right, much less what empowerment we have for enforcement of rules, but that's a whole nother topic. So, would anybody?
Do you want us
So,
to still
Mr. Vice President, rather than, I don't have a comment really on this issue. I just want to, this is kind of a new process for us anyway, and I just want to take just a minute, really, to reflect on this process, and because what I don't want any community member to feel like we're giving short shrift to their concern. Okay? I agree. And so, in your question at the end of what Dr. Vine said kind of led me to this, could we treat these much like we just do with the resolutions? If there's a board member that would like to discuss it, I'm just throwing this out there, that we would then move it to future topics. Because I also don't want to have the discussion now. I mean, we have no time to
point.
I mean, we knew it was coming up.
Right.
But we don't have background information,
Right.
all the reasons, right?
Well, that's all it is intended, is to say, do we want this to be?
So, but I'm just, like, how do we be efficient
So
in this process?
Let me provide
I
an
gotcha.
additional idea.
Okay, sure.
Technically, the way our board policy and the law works is a community member can submit a suggestion. The board president determines the agenda. So the board president, we could say the board president doesn't have to put this on here, but the board president responds to that community member with, yes, I'll move this forward, or no, I'm not putting this on the agenda. So that is one way to do it, right? And that is what I would say probably every other school district we know does it. We started here during the last year and a half of tension, putting it on here for all board members to have say on, do we want to move it forward or not? So one option is to go back to that the board president will determine if it comes on an agenda, if it comes from a community member. That could simplify that. Or, like you said, we just say, do we want to move this forward or not? And the whole group gets input onto whether it becomes on the agenda or not.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Gina.
Point of clarification. This recommended board agenda item feels operational in nature. So is an alternative to putting it on a board agenda the opportunity for you and staff to review, investigate, and determine,
Yeah.
right, as well as respond to, because to Greg's point, we don't want to not be responsive to community member concerns.
Right. Yes.
And tell us if there is something
That you need our
that
input
needs
on.
board
Yeah.
input, or that it's been addressed.
Yeah, I think that's a simple way of doing this. This seems to be an operational item, so Dr. Vine, would you please address
Yes.
it? Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. The second one, that there be a motion for a rule requiring that the Board of Education and Administration actively uphold executive orders. Specifically, that all attendees to public Board of Education meetings be required to adhere to all public health guidelines mandates, either by state or county, including but not limited to proper mask wearing. This includes when they're speaking during public comments, as a microphone is provided. Again, I think that could fall under, that's an operational thing for us as administrators to follow through on. Everybody okay with that? Yep, okay. A suggestion made to add 17.745 Illinois Code of Schools 70-Healthcare Right of Conscience Act to the existing list on page 1 of policy 2:260, the school board uniform grievance procedure. So does the board want to discuss at a future meeting, adding this as a reference to that policy? Or I could say, again, this is something that as administration, we can work with our attorneys to see if it legally should be on that policy.
I'm wondering for this specific one, since it mentions a board policy, if then it becomes our responsibility as a board to give it some attention as well.
Right now it's asking, do you want this on a future agenda for the board to discuss?
Oh, got it, to put it in.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes.
I think it would be good to seek out legal counsel on the appropriateness of whether or not the policy needs to be amended with the contents requested.
So does that make it a future agenda item?
So that
Or no?
makes it for me to research on your behalf,
Mhm.
and if council believes it is something that could be properly added, I'd bring it as a policy reading.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd report at a future time that it's not something council would recommend. Okay?
Yep.
And then the last one, to disclose Open Meetings Act determinations, actions, and compliance training. This one is related to an agenda that I posted, I believe, in August, where the topic on the agenda was a 21-22 school year update. As you know, that's the phrasing I've been using throughout the pandemic. But a community member was concerned that that was not clear enough and transparent enough for the community to know what that action was going to be and what that really represented. And the public access counselor through the Attorney General's office agreed that I should be with Board President Philippek, making sure that our agendas are more clear, that those topics are more clear, so anyone from the community looking at it wouldn't have to go, oh, this is what it's meant at previous meetings, but could know, looking at just that agenda, that it was clear enough to have a better understanding of what was going to occur under that. So the Attorney General did tell us that we should be more, thank you, can't hear my voice with this on anyway, that we should be creating agendas that are more clear and to the community. We started doing that quite a while ago by adding all of the supporting documents, but also the Attorney General and Public Access Counselor tell us that there's nothing we have to change about any votes that were taken at that meeting, because the main concern was that we voted to make masks parent discretion, but then the governor enacted the executive order and we followed the executive order, so there was nothing that we needed to change about the action, but just that moving forward that we do make sure that, and that is on me working with Scott, that our agendas are clear for when someone reads it from the public on what really is involved in that topic.
So just, I'm gonna steal your phrase here, for point of clarification, though.
I don't know that we
We
need
do disclose OMA determinations in writing, so I'm a little confused why that's even on here. They're
Yeah,
available.
Open Meetings Act disclosures are public access, but they're typically they're not something that we necessarily put on a board
Yeah, we
agenda.
don't publish them, but they're.
Right. But, so basically, I just disclosed one, right, that I need to do a better job of putting together our agendas that are clearer. So I don't know that this is something, again, that needs to be discussed in future. It's something that, through that with the president and I, that we'll make sure. And if the board ever feels at an agenda item that you don't think it would be clear to a public view, please let me know, and we'll revise it and work better for the next time.
And I'd like to say, Dr. Bine, that just that self-awareness that, you know, you just said it to us all here, and continuing to reflect and improve, that we always appreciate that, so thank you.
Thank you. And then, sorry, back to where you guys were, are there other new topics other than the meeting times that board members would like us to consider on future agendas?
No. All right. I need a motion to adjourn.
Before we close, Vice President Cerniglia, I do want to say, I want to thank these extremely committed and dedicated parents for sticking with us and being here and caring so much about our district that they're here with us. So thank you to the parents, to all the staff, to our attorney for staying here till 1 a.m. today.
And the hundreds that are
that
live
doesn't
streaming,
happen.
watching,
Yes.
are
Yes.
watching this.
Yes, thank
This is
you.
just like the Final Four, so.
We so appreciate our dedicated community.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Rich?
I move that we adjourn.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Gina. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Gina?
Good night, everybody.